Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mr. Cropper here, being joined by a couple of objectivists, Mexican from Australia and a gentleman who is in South Carolina or something like that. South?
Florida.
Florida, yeah, it's pretty much South Carolina. So, the other room crashed. Hopefully people will rejoin us. I don't know what happens. I said earlier I paid $40 for this computer, so that's that. Oh, my camera's not even on. Shite almighty. Jesus.
Florida's not South Carolina. Florida's a northern state that's floated south.
Well, no, South Carolina's inside of Florida, as far as I understand. Is that right?
It's something like that, I think.
All right, it's not true. Peter, don't believe it. I know you're on the other side of the world, but just look at a map. You'll see it's not true. All right.
I don't know much about American
geography.
I don't know that much. I know that New York on that side and California's on that side.
Actually a couple of weeks ago I watched a YouTube video of some Irish people trying to put names on the states. It was hilarious.
Yeah, I certainly couldn't. I could probably do a few.
Well,
they thought Mississippi was in Seattle, and like.
It must be funny. It must be so obvious to Americans. So.
Nothing.
Not with the school system the way it is.
Oh really? I guess it's a lot more than we've got. We've got like six. Actually, that's embarrassing.
I could probably do all yours, but like you said, there's only 6 of them.
How many states in my country?
What do you got? How many you got in Australia? 9 or 12 or something?
I think it's 6, but I think ACT counts.
Yeah, you think it's 6? Fuck, I know we got 50 states. You think what?
Yeah, it's 6 plus ACT.
You think. That's hilarious. You can count them on 2 hands and you're not sure. That's hilarious. But we know we got 50. Of course, if it went to 51, we'd all be very confused.
50? It
wasn't have to because Puerto Rico's broke.
Yeah, Puerto Rico and mainland too.
Yeah, we'll own them more thoroughly.
Is Tasmania part of Australia?
Yeah, that's where my family comes from.
That's where what comes from?
That's where my biological mother's side of the family comes from. Tasmania.
Oh really?
They were sent there as like penal colony.
Yeah, well.
I think.
Yes. But that's a badge of honor because in Britain at the time, there was a lot of bad laws.
Yeah, exactly.
But actually, I found out that I think it was one of my great-grandfathers on the other side was sent to the area I currently live in because he was writing against the Industrial Revolution.
Oh, really?
So
Wow.
The exact opposite of my current thoughts.
So we're talking about the early 1800s.
Yes, so I go way back. I'm Australian as they come.
Yeah.
Huh.
Like I'm part English. The grandfather of my mother was English.
Okay.
Yeah. And on my dad's side, on my father's side, they are all Portuguese.
Okay.
Yeah. So and I also have Irish too in my family. So it's all over the place. Yeah.
Did you know that there was a bunch of gold coins found off the coast of Angola recently, and they belonged to the Portuguese from like way back, like
oh wow!
Of years ago. And
like from a shipwreck, right?
Right, and the Portuguese is like millions of dollars of gold, and they just let the Angolan government have it. Which I don't know. I guess that's good, but whatever. It was fun.
Well, I guess the gold is for whoever found it.
No, unfortunately, most of the time in most countries now, if you find gold, like you got to give 90% of it to the government.
Really? Ah, wow. So there's no need for you to tell them then.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. What are you talking about? What gold?
Yeah.
No gold.
Right.
So nowadays, if you make an archaeological discovery, so it's not worthy. It's not worthy to publicize.
It might be worth it, but you have to have permission to do it, and the government will know about everything you find.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if you're spending millions of dollars for submarines and all this kind of stuff, they're gonna know.
Yeah, they'll be onto you. But that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Because if you find something, it's yours. I think that's common sense.
Yeah, especially if there's no legitimate ownership for the last like 300 years.
Yeah.
It's got nobody owns it now.
Exactly.
The owners are all dead. Long
Yeah,
dead.
and the descendants of the owners are dead, and their descendants are dead. It's like there's no real link to anyone anymore.
Oh, but apparently the Indians still own all of North America. We stole it all from them.
Well, at least.
I'm glad
in
you
some
did,
part,
as
but,
an Australian.
but,
Thank you.
But,
Yeah, I'm being
but
scared.
you know,
I think
but
you
some
did better
part.
with it. Continue.
Oh, okay. I was just saying that in some parts of America were uninhabited. So, you know.
Well, and there was virtually no tribe that even like believed in property rights. They
Yeah.
thought it was, you know, just whatever. So how are you gonna like turn around and then go, hey, you took that, even though
Yeah,
you didn't believe
that's
it?
It's
bullshit.
a stubborn concept fallacy. They didn't even have a concept of property.
Property
Exactly.
rights. They were wanderers, and they would you know, move all around looking for berries and stuff. You know.
Berries.
Yeah.
Hey, let's go get some berries, guys. Let's do a little dance.
Yeah.
Well, it's so like the largest pre-European settlement was in like the middle of the United States, and I actually grew up like 20 miles from it, so we used to like go there in school and stuff, and it was like 5,000 people, you know. But they try the left wing and the media and everybody nowadays tries to make it sound like the Europeans showed up and just like destroyed New York City that they had going, you know.
Yeah.
It
Because
was like it was a few huts and like some hills that are like maybe 5 stories tall. That's it.
yeah, nothing more. It was just a little village, a tiny village.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in South America, I guess, in like Mexico, there was more, but even then, it was a bunch of just like evil regimes of people like doing human sacrifice and stuff. The Spanish and the Portuguese had every right to go in there, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
Yeah, I also agree. You know, some of those cultures were kind of a little bit more advanced than the Indians in North America. For example, the Aztec. Is that the right pronunciation?
I believe, yeah, in Mexico.
Yeah, in Mexico, yeah. But they were like principalities, you know, kingships. So they had every right to, you know, to destroy the kings and everything.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's toppling an evil regime, and I mean, the Spanish were not perfect, but they were a lot better than what the average Indian had
Yeah,
already.
they had cannibalism and stuff. So.
There's like heads rolling down pyramid steps, but you know.
Oh,
Yeah.
you've seen Apocalypto. Yeah, that's it. I guess you have. I don't know. Have you seen that movie?
And yeah,
Yeah,
I've seen them that Gibson's movie where
Yeah.
I think he directed it. Yeah,
It's a
and
great-
and what's funny is that he made the tribes, the little tribes, the ones that were cannibals, you know, the good guys, and the guys that had better technology, better organization, they were the bad guys. You know.
Yeah,
so,
it's fine. I never thought of it that way. I saw it so. I probably didn't even think like about
Yeah,
that.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's
Yeah, I
just,
hadn't
just
thought of
like
it either.
this virtuous little tribe, and they're just having fun and living their life, and then this massive evil civilization comes along and steals
yeah,
them
exactly.
and
Yeah.
making sacrifices.
But I do think on the whole, and I don't know this for sure, but I would think that Mel Gibson's intention was to just like kind of knock some of the gloss off of the romanticism of the Native Americans and show
Yeah.
that it wasn't all just like happy times.
Yeah,
Yeah.
At least it
least
had
that was-
that going. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I think Mel Gibson's a pretty good guy actually.
Yeah, I think he's all right. I think he's all right. I think he's you know, I've heard that he made some racist comments, but that's just him
Yeah.
talking. He doesn't hold back. So,
Well, he's an alcoholic.
He's mixed. Mixed person.
Yeah, he was drunk when he got pulled over by the cops in California and ranted about Jews. But other than that, he's a pretty good guy.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well.
Like the phone calls that went public, I thought they were pretty funny, and I thought that the Russian his ex-Russian girlfriend, I think she was a bitch. So.
I don't know the details of that, but
No, wait, are we mixing Mel Brooks and Mel Gibson?
maybe.
No.
I haven't.
It's forgivable.
Who's that?
Mel Brooks is the guy that was behind comedy shows. Mel Gibson is the guy that said sugar tits.
Yes.
Mel Gibson is the.
Mel Gibson's the Braveheart guy that said sugar tits. I thought you had mentioned Mel Brooks videos or movies, right? His comedy sketches.
Mel Brooks. I think I've heard of the name, but I can't connect it to anything.
Weren't you guys just talking about comedy sketches? Maybe I'm too drunk to follow right now.
We were talking about Mel Gibson's movie Apocalypto, right?
Oh, okay. See, that's what happens when I fall in and out of these conversations. All right. Well,
we're glad that you're back.
I really like this 4 people. It's like the perfect number, like 3 or 4. It's good. Good amount of conversation for everyone.
I was going to say, what do you guys think of the fact that the Objectivists rejoined and the other people didn't?
I know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I was going to say we need a liberal to beat up on.
Yeah, exactly. Now we don't have any. Yeah, it's a disaster because all of the and isn't it true that it's hard to sit through their nonsense, but
sometimes
they give you something to talk about, though. Well,
yeah, I can be devil's advocate for things. Maybe veganism. We had that conversation, but it went offline.
I'm a vegetarian between meals.
Well, I'm not a vegetarian because I don't hate plants.
So why is it immoral? Why is it not immoral to kill an animal?
Why is it not?
Oh. Yeah, that's a definitive. Why is it moral to kill an animal?
Why is it not immoral to kill an animal? No, okay, right? So because they are not rational. Now that blows the head off of everybody who wants to talk about it. No one can even understand that sentence. But
so I'm like, oh, but why? What does that have to do with anything? Why should they're not rational?
They can't.
Why does that life not matter now?
And what's gonna? Oh, I wish we had a leftist here. That's why we need a leftist.
I'll be the leftist.
Well, I'll play the leftist.
Everyone wants to play the leftist.
We're all going to fail at it, though.
Yeah.
Leftists fail.
Like for example, I think I'm not playing a leftist, by the way. I think that that killing animals like in a inhumane manner, it's not moral. But if you could do it, I think it's moral. Or if you
why is that's an interesting question. Why is it not moral to just gratuitously kill animals for fun?
Because I think it's insane.
Is it immoral? Is it immoral though, or is it just like taking 2 rocks and hitting them together?
I think it's immoral because it's psychologically unhealthy.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's immoral now. Do we have grounds to say that the government should put you in jail for doing an immoral thing?
No,
not at all. No.
Okay. So
Well, is it psychological?
All right, you can do immoral.
What about killing a cow for food? Is that psychologically unhealthy?
Exactly.
Someone has to do it.
Yeah, that's the direction to go with.
Yeah. But it is unhealthy to like slowly torture the thing for no reason.
Yeah, exactly.
For no reason.
For no reason. You would be pretty sick to take the cow's eyes with a spoon or something like that. You know.
Yeah,
So-
but that's isn't that morally loaded language? It implies that it's bad, and therefore,
You'd be sick.
Well, I think it would inflict unnecessary pain on the cow.
There is the question of why you would why inflicting pain is interesting or pleasurable for you. That's a disturbing question.
Yeah, I
yeah,
mean,
okay, I'll pay that.
Yeah.
this whole topic hinges on like certain psychological truths that I guess you need science to answer. But like, let's assume that like there's nothing psychologically redeeming about just torturing an animal.
All right,
Then
so let's.
intentionally engaging in something that's bad for your mental health is not moral, because the morality is, you know, making life as best
I
as it
actually
can.
had a.
That's a good
I've got a philosophy friend, a real philosopher, a real philosopher.
Yeah,
Koshin.
exactly.
He's in academia and he does it every day. That's his job. I actually, because I know he's part of this effective altruism movement. It's very utilitarian sort of increase. It's very hard for me to even know what it is, but that's why I
Did you
was
say
common.
effective altruism?
Yeah, effective altruism. It's a big movement.
Never heard
and
of that.
actually, yeah. Oh well, it's
It's
Big word.
led by John Stuart Mill. It's called utilitarianism.
well,
okay.
it's like that, but they've taken it to more of like they're actually commendably a lot more internally consistent. Like they'll say, if you want to do good, become an investment banker, because then you can make a lot of money, and then you can donate more money. So they're not like they're very different than what you might imagine. So
it's,
I asked him.
the best way to be altruistic is to be selfish.
Kind of, but don't think of it that way.
Okay,
Right.
All right.
You're not selfish because you're giving away the money and therefore you're doing more good than you would if you were
Right.
just, I don't know, going to bake sales or something.
Like Kant would say, it doesn't matter the effect; it just matters the intention to determine its morality.
No. They would say it's the effect. So they're different from Kant, and it's very. I have to find where he said, but I did ask him. So, if an animal didn't suffer at all, say you raised it nicely and like as in a nice open area, like let's just forget the pragmatics of everyone eating meat this way. Let's just imagine that it's like a nice open area for the cow. It's happy and it's got everything a cow wants, and then it gets to the right age for it to be meat. And you slowly put it to sleep, and it doesn't suffer, and then bolt gun to the brain or whatever, and it dies. Thing would it then be immoral because it wouldn't be suffering? Because the vegans always talk about the suffering and death of animals is unnecessary, and he said it would still be immoral.
Did I say that?
No, this is my philosopher friend.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It would still be immoral because it would prevent the cow's future positive experiences, so that therefore decreasing like utility or aggregate good of sentient creatures. So even if it doesn't suffer and you kill it before its time for meat, it's still immoral. And so then I had to ask all these other questions. I said, what about a utility monster? I don't know if have you ever heard of that argument against utilitarianism, Brandon? The utility monster. There's some creature that takes way more utility than everyone else, and it gets utility from killing people.
Well, you broke up just a bit. Repeat that one more time. It gets its utility from killing people?
Yeah, like, have you ever heard of the utility monster argument against utilitarianism? The idea is that, okay, there's a utility monster who gets way more utility pleasure from killing people or doing these other things that we would intuitively think are bad. And then the people who die suffer. So would that make it right? And so he said, oh, no.
So is it a machine with values that ultimately are anti-human?
But Yeah, he said it's like the Ted Bundy argument. Like, oh, Ted Bundy has so much fun killing people. Does that make it right? If he has more fun than so it's all it's all very it gets very out of hand very quickly.
You're right. It does get out of hand because Ted Bundy had a lot of other things going on besides a computer that had wrong values.
Well, isn't that psychological egoism, which is just like subjectivism, right?
Yes. The thing is that the good in their conception is like linked to the subjective pleasure of conscious creatures or positive experiences. It's all quasi.
I mean,
But
that's one of the things that always.
fascinating to push him, and he's actually a very rational sort of thinker, which is the reason I continue to speak to him. Is that at least on the foundation he believes in evidence and logic, and I just think he's very, very misled.
Yeah, all I know is that environmentalists and animal rights people. It's just the thing that irks me the most is like why is the Homo sapien, the only organism that's not allowed to spread itself as much as it possibly can and kill as much of everything else as possible?
I'm a vegan. I will answer that question. As humans, we have the ability to choose, whereas animals don't. Therefore,
I know.
It's unnecessary to kill animals for human health. Therefore, it's unnecessary death. Unnecessary death and suffering.
He makes an interesting point, though, because we don't judge other species. We don't say this species is taking over too much. Well, I guess we do. There are clams that go into lakes that we don't like them to be there.
Yeah, but we don't morally shame them.
We do. We try to stop them, don't we?
Well,
species now.
Yes, nobody says it's immoral. They just, they stop the same way they stop like a boulder.
I think vegans will agree that it's not immoral.
Doing balance or something like that. Yeah.
Like when a lion kills a deer, I don't think any vegan says that that's immoral because they say, like, the lion has no choice. It doesn't know better.
Like, I don't know if you heard about this in America. These sick people. We had a little boy get caught in a zoo in a gorilla thing.
I remember that story.
God, that was the worst.
Losing their minds because the gorilla got killed to save the kid.
I know. And I follow a lot of these vegans on YouTube because I'm morbidly fascinated with the vegan ideology and the way they're reacted to it.
Well, I just want to ask Peter real quick. You're in Australia, you're on the other side of the planet, and you're upside down. And here we got this gorilla thing that happens, and there you are, a Mexican over there. What do you? And so you couldn't escape from it, right? A Mexican in Australia, you could not escape from. I'm just going to keep this Mexican thing going to haunt you for the next 50 years. You and I are going to know each other. I'm just going to. Anyways, so could you in Australia reasonably get away from that news, or was it ubiquitous in Australia?
Oh, well, everyone knew about it.
See?
Everyone.
There we go.
Yeah.
A little boy in America dies or doesn't die.
Yeah.
And people in Australia who aren't even sitting upright, they're upside down. They know about it. So America.
Yeah. I mean, American news is massive everywhere, I suppose.
Here's another thing, the double standard, and I'm changing the subject a little bit, and I'm ripping this off from Stefan Molyneux from the other night. This picture of the little boy, the Syrian boy that drowned last year in the Mediterranean, and the whole fucking world knows about that, and it's tragic and it's horrible. But there's another picture of a kid that died in this thing in Nice, France the other day, and there's a little girl picture next to her doll. Where is that all over the media? You know? But that doesn't matter because that's a European film?
No. The thing is that it had no political value. You know,
right.
The boy on the Mediterranean was used so they could bring more more refugees. So.
Well, they want refugees because Europeans aren't reproducing. That's why they want the refugees. If you guys aren't aware of that, I just want to put that in there. That's why they want refugees.
I think they just want them as a distraction because they know they're going to cause a certain amount of violence because the economy is just screwed up right now.
Well, the economy's screwed up because it's not growing. Imagine if people they're reproducing so fast that there are enough kids to make new jobs and then the economy could continue to grow, but they don't have that situation. They have a situation where you've got lots of old people and nobody working. And they
Well,
need...
Is that a problem of the welfare system?
Yes.
More though, because if there wasn't the burden of the welfare system, then the old people would have had to supply for their own old age, I
No,
suppose.
they would have been living with their kids.
Or living with their kids, yeah, or something like that.
100 years ago, everybody had grandma or grandpa living in their house.
yeah,
Right, yeah.
Absolutely. Now,
But I don't.
now we all live in grandma and grandpa's house.
Yeah, yeah. Now it's the contrary.
Well, all we're doing is, young people are consuming the leftover wealth from grandma and grandpa. I mean, grandma and grandpa work their whole lives to save money and then get a little bit of interest on it, and all they can get is like 1% or like 1/10 of 1% on their
It's
savings.
disgusting, isn't it?
Now why was it that their work was more valuable than ours, and we're working virtually just as hard as them, minus quite a bit? We're not working as hard as them, but let me just point out that their work in the 60s or 70s, if your grandma or grandpa worked on some factory in the 60s or 70s, they were exporting cars or washing machines to a world that could not manufacture that shit. Now, you've got to do something besides manufacture cars or washing machines. Everybody can do that. You've got to do something like program Facebook. So you've got to step up your game and advance, because now we've got China and India and Taiwan and Pakistan. They've all got car companies now. Everybody can do that shit. So at some point, the reason that we are not making as much money is because we're not producing as much value. That's rough. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, as good as Facebook is, it's a great thing, but for every legitimate minute that's spent on Facebook, there's probably 5 times as much crap where people are just wasting their time, neglecting what they need to be doing with their lives.
Yeah, but nobody needs to do anything with their lives, because the universe is going to degrade. Heat loss is continuing.
So
That's true. Nothing matters. Nothing.
Sad.
That's true. You're a good
I disagree with that. I think the universe is a continuum. It will exist forever.
Well, what does that matter? So what if it exists forever? I'm gonna die, so it just doesn't matter. Nothing matters.
Well. I hope that like, for example, right now there's research on life extension, so maybe
holding out hope.
I
don't hold out hope.
I love standing next to a
but I
beach
don't hold out.
because I love standing next to a beach because it reminds me of how small I am.
Yeah.
Really though, I always found that you look up at the stars, look how small I am, but you're also gigantic compared to other things. So
take the sun for example. The sun is huge, right?
Yeah.
But it doesn't have any meaning without an observer.
Yeah. Why does something being big have significance? I've never understood that.
So Peter, let me give you an example. I do like this fantasy. I think me and a brontosaurus next to each other. We're on a desert.
Really?
We're on a desert.
Sorry. Okay.
We're on a desert island.
Is that your fantasy?
Who wins?
Why a brontosaurus?
Who wins? Who lives?
If that brontosaurus doesn't like you, he wins.
No, I win.
Really?
I'll go out in the water and swim back, and I'll outsmart him. Are you kidding me? A brontosaurus?
Oh, well, okay.
I got it. I win this shit hands down. I'm going to outsmart him. I'll
1v1, you might get into trouble, but okay.
I'll clutch him on his tail and slit his throat. I got this covered. He doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't even know I'm a threat.
Right, and he forgets about you the second you go out of his sight.
Yeah, he sees a tree. Ooh, a tree, and he eats it.
I mean, yeah, I'll take the mammoth and the primitive tribes. They made short work of mammoths, so I understand what you mean.
All right, so it's not that profound, but I do like to think of size in that way. Of humans are tiny and brilliant. Elephants.
Yeah, and
Whales,
the size of something.
elephants,
Like,
whales.
there's a certain level of awe in the magnitude of the universe that you kind of think, wow, it's big, but it never struck me as particularly. I think Ayn Rand said she didn't care. Like, there was in the interview, he's like, oh, when you look at the stars, and she said, I don't look at them, and I don't care about them. I care about the Earth. I have a similar feeling. Like, yeah, like they're interesting. Physics, like the physics is interesting.
In the Fountainhead, when Gail Wynan is out on the yacht in the middle of the ocean, and he's just like, look at all this senseless space.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Listen, Ayn Rand had her view of that time. If we could bring her up to the time of the Hubble space, she might have more to say about it. But she was right to say that that is another area. And the Earth we live on is the thing we need to think about and worry about. And if you're really, really thinking about the stars all the time, you're an escapist.
Yeah.
There's nothing
unless you're like a physicist and your job is to figure it out, and I don't
even
know.
then, physicists are escapists. Even then.
like for example,
Astronomy.
like the stars can have a meaning if we're going there, if we dream on going there and stuff, you know. But
yeah, see, this whole going to Mars thing, I understand that there's one argument that you want to make sure that there's two places in case something catastrophic happens to Earth.
Yeah, that's an excuse.
That's the only reason I see that actually. But to Mars sucks. Like, Earth is awesome. Like,
yeah, and the thing is like, I don't understand if we're able to get to Mars in any significant numbers. Don't we also have the technology to like divert the asteroid that's about to destroy the Earth?
All right, you guys. You guys are all looking at it from the wrong direction. Here's what I say: can you make money?
Yeah, there you go. If you can make money, then cool.
Go ahead, go to Mars. Show me $1 billion, and then I'm gonna invest.
Yeah, and I'm sure thousands of people will want to move to Mars, but
See?
I mean, that's their choice. But the idea, like, we would have to either terraform the place, or even then it's got low gravity. So and then where do we go from there? Like,
okay, so it's got low gravity. No, listen, so it's got low gravity. So what happens is you've got your work day, and you go and you do your thing, and when you sleep in a centrifuge, which is a huge centrifuge that spins very, very, very slowly, but it's about 2 miles wide. And you sleep at the outer edge of it, and it gives you Earth gravity, which is accommodated to your biology. And that...
in space. Yeah. In space.
And even your house and your apartment could... No, not in space, on the surface of Mars.
Oh, okay.
So they're huge rotating colonies. And they rotate slowly, but they just add a little bit of speed and gravity, so you've got the effect of Earth gravity all the time that you're in your apartment, all the time you're sleeping. Only when you go out to work do you experience low gravity effects, and it's 2/3 Earth gravity. That's fine. Let's do it. If you can show me $1 billion a year from that, I'll pay you money to do that, or you'll give me money to give you money. It'll be great.
I don't know if there's any real money in it though, but I mean, people still want to do it with the scientific advancement. I can see that, but
no, it's going to be tourism. Forget science. It's going to be tourism.
I tend to agree with you that.
Tourism. That's a good point.
It is.
But I tend to agree with you that none of this is going to happen until like 3 billion people die from a nuclear war first.
No, come on, we're already.
No. Yeah, I think if we have the right technology, I think we'll go there. You know,
and already doing it
because it's the reason it is so attractive is because it's a new planet. There are lots of things to discover there. It's not only a barren rock.
Yeah.
You know.
From a scientist's point of view, and an engineering point of view, it's an amazing adventure.
Yeah.
But will we will we ever get to other stars? If the speed of light is a limit, we have a lot of trouble.
But it's not. because
It's not. I knew you'd have something to say on that.
yeah, but the
Why
argument
is it not?
the argument for the for the limits for a mass that a mass cannot go faster than speed of light is wrong, because it says that as the mass goes faster and faster, it becomes more massive, right? So it becomes so massive that it cannot accelerate any longer. It will become too
It would
heavy.
take an infinite amount of energy to accelerate
And
further.
exactly, but that is flawed, because the engines would also get massive. The fuel would also get more massive. So
The-
it doesn't add.
Oh, wait a minute, but the amount of fuel would be the same, but its mass, it's the amount would be the same, but the mass would be increased.
Hey, speaking of
Yeah,
eating
exactly.
animals,
Like it's density. Yeah.
you know that the guy that first traversed to the South Pole factored in eating the dogs on the way back?
Yeah.
That's random.
Well, you're talking about fuel and very precise measurements for extreme trips, and it reminded me of it.
So does space-time exist? Can we make warp drive, super fin guy? You're the
Yeah,
physicist.
I think so. I think so. If a space is like a sea of a very minuscule particles, we could make a shortcut. Yeah.
But
No, no,
space
no.
space
I don't-
exists as a physical thing that we can warp. Is that?
No, I don't accept that. I take Stephen Wolfram's view that it is localized nodes that update with relative to each other. So anywhere you go in the universe, you can never talk to the things that are farther away than the nodes that are able to communicate, which might be quite complicated nodes. They could include up to 11 dimensions or 99 dimensions, but whatever those nodes are, they connect in real ways, and we have to discover them. And there's no evidence so far that those nodes do anything spectacular of the kind that these people... There are subatomic entanglements which have not been proven to go over great distances. They've never been tested over great distances.
Oh, yeah, okay. But you could use the induction to get to the conclusion that you could use that effect over large distances. You know. Because
Induction is not very strong in that case. I hope you'll have to admit. I don't know.
well, maybe
Give me an analogy to it where induction would be the case.
like, for example, like here on Earth, we know that gravity exists, right? So we could say that
There's
light years away,
lots of evidence
a massive,
for gravity. Lots of evidence for gravity. Lots
yeah.
of bad
And
example. Keep going.
okay. Well, we have evidence for entanglement too.
Well, on a cosmic scale, because you people are asking me to do this across galaxies. You guys have got these laboratories where you got these things that are 6 inches apart, and you say that you have measurements that prove that the things do the same thing. And
Okay. Yeah, I see
you're
your
talking
point.
about
I see your point
entanglement?
because they don't even understand entanglement. So yeah, so it's kind of a stretch for them to to say that it happens everywhere in the universe.
yeah,
Or
well, not okay. So it can happen everywhere. I don't care about that. I don't want you to be able to stretch it light years. That's what upsets me. Now we've got a gentleman from Italy who's joined us. Massimo, welcome to the thing. Listen,
yeah, welcome.
Peter, you're in Australia.
what's up?
You have no business to yawn at this point. You're at like 5 in the afternoon.
Yeah, exactly. Wow. Well,
Sick.
but I have that effect on people. I usually bore them.
I didn't sleep much.
Massimo, I've got to go to sleep, you bastards. I have a radio show in 5 hours. Massimo, what do you, have you heard our show? You heard what we're talking about? Did you?
No, sorry, but I really just joined, so I don't know shit about what you were
Okay.
talking about.
No, good time.
Okay. We were talking a little bit about physics and entanglement and the speed of light. You know,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But is Mr. Cropper going to sleep now?
Yeah, right now.
yeah, he
Oh.
says, yeah.
Somebody might think we are secret lovers.
Yeah.
I will now.
This is all loving. Look at us. We got some sort of quasi-objectivists. I won't put you all as objectivists, but you guys have a hard time of disagreeing with it. So here, look at this. What happens? How do we bait people in here? How do we get people in here?
I think that we should use, the news of the day, things that are popular right now. Just we could use clickbaits.
Oh,
I mean, not dishonest clickbaits, but you could use.
fuck it. Let's be dishonest. So I name my thing every night. I do Mr. Cropper's Hangout every night, and
Yeah.
I name it, Mr. Cropper's Black Lives Matter. And you guys know, right? So you guys show up. You guys know. But then these other fuckers come in, and I'll tagline philosophy at the end maybe or something, and but we can fuck with these people. It's fun. It's great. And
That would be definitely fun. Like you put the title of the hangout as Black Lives Matter, and then when they get inside, you say that you're here to disprove, or to shame them, So that would be
Girl with a
interesting.
double chin and pink hair. She's like, hey.
well, the worst part is we have to sit and listen to them so that we can retort. And that does get terrible, doesn't it? Sitting and listening to some of their nonsense.
But it's worth it. It's so worth it, right? Where all you do, it's like a ninja, where like you just let them talk for 10 minutes, and then you slip this little silent bomb in there, and then you let them keep going, and then all of a sudden it detonates, and then they don't know what to do.
That's a good point. That's a good point. You let them put a bunch of rope out there, and then in one quick ninja move, bam, they're hanging from a branch. I like that.
It feels good.
It does.
No, this is fun, and this is practice for us. Some of you guys have been listening to me for years, and Google has made this sort of dream come true. What if 10 years ago, I thought, wow, what if I could get together with these people in a room and just talk on video and publish it, and anyone in the world, even this fucker is a Mexican in
Well, I think Peter looks more like a Colombian. I don't know. Yeah.
You'll never live it down. Peter, you're going to move to America and become a millionaire, and we're going to be in dinner in New York City someday, and I'll say, can you get this Mexican another bottle of wine?
And then you're going to have to go to jail for a hate crime.
Yeah, it'll be worth it.
I actually say if I ever do get, I say to everyone when I make my millions, I'm not going to donate anything, and I'm going to rub it in, and I'm going to have like a golden goblet and just drink orange juice from it, just to really rub it in.
I learned today
That's what really gets me going. I actually asked my philosopher friend that question. I said, so when I get really good at coding, I'm gonna work really hard, and I'm gonna start a company, and we're gonna make a product, and after 4 years of really hard work, we'll be acquired by Google, and I'll walk away with $100 million, and then I'll give none of it, absolutely none of it, to bed nets in Africa, nothing to cancer research. I'm gonna give away nothing. And I said, so will I be less moral then than I am now as a poor peasant? And he said yes.
Wow.
But then he said, well, you would have done some good in being successful, but you could donate so much money.
Oh, wow. So he didn't even get the point, or maybe he did. Maybe it caused him a metaphysical crisis that he's still losing.
Yeah, he did say you would have done some good in being successful, and
So, well, no, that's the best we can do, is put little teeny germs in these people's brains and hope something happens. So that's what this room is all about. That's what these hangouts are, is people watch these. You know what? Some of these people who come in and hang out, they then watch the stuff later and they think about it again. So
Yeah, he said you could equal the amount of good you did by entrepreneurial flow on effects with some donations to developed nations. The marginal utility gains are huge there. And I said, I won't though, I guarantee it, and I'll rub it in. And he goes, then that's fucked then. You're not doing what is logically good.
logically good.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah,
right.
yeah.
Just accepts utilitarianism then.
Yeah, exactly. And I said, but I don't subscribe to the common good, so it's not logical to me at all. And then he's like, oh, and then he said there is no common good. So I'm confused as to what exactly it is that his utilitarianism is going towards. Because
just go to an irrational person and ask them to make sense. That's what.
Yes, it's going to one end, and then once you get him there, it's going to the opposite, and then you chase him over there, and then he
the
comes
utility
back.
gains, the aggregate utility gains, I suppose, is whatever that is.
You know, guys, what I like about Mr. Cropper. It's been some years that I follow his channel, and I started watching his channel when he was at the beginning of his YouTube experience. And he was a regular guy, you know. He talked about. Do you remember, Brandon, homemade chess pieces, or trebuchets, building trebuchets with plaster, things like that. And he was a regular guy. It was interesting. He said interesting things, and then out of the blue, he put out some fucking crazy ideas, which and I turned around, but I said, who said that? Who's this guy? And I must confess that at the first time I said to myself, this guy is really crazy. What is he talking about? Because he talked about things that in the long run makes perfect sense if you think about rationally, but they rub you the wrong way if you are, your brain is somewhat washed by the common agenda of the liberal media, like I was, I must confess. And so it's like an ointment, a long-term medicine, listening to what Brandon had to say. It took me years to really put the pieces together in place and realize that what he said made perfect sense. The fact is that Mr. Cropper's style is one of a kind, because he's always he has a unique style. He doesn't brag about. He doesn't shout. He says things with a perfectly.
Comfort.
Yes, is with a tone of voice that is reassuring, but he drops bombs after bomb after bomb after bomb in the liberal mind. So it was like epiphany for me to listen during the years to what he had to say. And the 3 years he didn't make videos was very sad for me. So
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too. Like YouTube wasn't the same.
Of objectivist content.
What was that, Peter?
Yeah.
Why is there such a dearth or scarcity of
Yeah.
objectivists on YouTube? Like the atheists are huge, and there's all Christians, there's vegans, and there's so few people who even subscribe to egoism or even anything around that.
But
That are making videos.
Peter, that's because it's difficult. It's not an easy topic, you know. It's
Yeah,
not
actually,
like,
I thought that I could make atheism videos. I could do better than most of the atheists because they don't really have much principles. That's an easy and boring subject, atheism. It's so easy that I don't even want to make videos about it.
Peter,
But I could.
You could even do some vegan video if you want, you know.
Peter, I have to say, Peter, that you are sort of doing it right now, because for some of the viewers who watch my stuff, they're starting to say, who's this Peter guy? And they're going to go to your channel and they're not going to find much because you're being lazy. So make some fucking videos.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, I'll
your
make
channel is too empty. It's too empty.
Yeah,
I
exactly. So why am I doing it? Yeah.
I have enough
I
of a
subscribed the other day, and I'm waiting for content.
I have enough of a platform now. I can give a launch off to competitors, and you guys can overtake me and destroy me. That's my goal.
I need a name for my.
I don't watch Mr. Cropper anymore. He's shit. Peter's the man. And then I'm waiting. No, go ahead, try it because I've been waiting. I said this 10 years ago. I said I went on YouTube. I wanted some philosophy videos. I saw a Daniel Dennett video. I said, what the fuck's going on? So I made some videos, and I just rambled. I said I make trebuchets for look at this trebuchet.
I think I lack the belief or confidence that my videos are going to be any good, so I never make any.
Well, maybe you come late to the game. When I did it, the only thing on there was Janet Jackson's nipple and Daniel Dennett talking about it, and that was it.
Like on YouTube, you don't have to have a high production. Anything goes. Just for you talking to the camera, it's enough.
Don't be discouraged, Peter. Anything goes.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how shit you are. It's fine.
Even an Australian Mexican can do it. Go ahead.
Yeah. From time to time, I look up objectivism on YouTube, and after a year or something, there's only like one video, 2 videos. So yeah, people are not uploading objectivist stuff.
And so what does that mean, Peter? That means that people who search for objectivism will find you.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, true.
You have
I might get a small audience, but it'll be a dedicated audience.
Guaranteed 20 to 30 views, guaranteed.
Excellent.
Can I add one thing on the maybe serious level?
Yeah.
Well, even if I myself and I don't know about you guys, don't always agree on all the consequences of the objectivist way of thinking. I think the important thing is the methodology. Because at least what is fascinating for me is the methodology which is applied in the style of thinking of the objectivist.
Oh, cool.
Yes,
So
So even people who don't necessarily agree will maybe still find it interesting to watch my videos. Although I'm not sure I'll do them all on objectivism, maybe veganism, but it's all going to be colored in that philosophy, I suppose.
You can do shotgun shit that I did a video called Anarchy is Stupid. That just offends a bunch of people and they all tune in. And that's one of my more popular.
Unfortunately, these controversial or like in-your-face videos tend to get more views. So I'd probably get more views if I just wrote veganism is fucking retarded, and that was my rather than a rational critique of the vegan ideology. That probably won't get any views.
Yeah, well, exactly. You have to be edgy and truthful. And I've never taken the really edgy side of that. I just do the truthful stuff, and so that's why I am hanging out with you guys instead of in Hollywood. So
there is this guy, this Italian YouTuber, which is on YouTube. It was on YouTube since maybe 2010, and he's a young guy. He must be 25 or less, and what he does is he puts thumbnails. He selects a custom thumbnail for the video, and he puts a controversial, racy, in your face, glaring picture and word on the thumbnail, and then he says the opposite in the video.
Oh.
and But his strategy is paying off because he's getting very popular.
Yeah.
I was thinking of making video. I was thinking of making anti-vegan.
I could put the username, but I think it's no use for you because he does in Italian. So
Ah.
I only speak English and French.
I can understand a little bit of Italian because it's sort of like a bit like Portuguese, just a little bit. So I can understand a few words.
oh, I put it in the chat here.
There you
Okay, I see it. Yeah.
I was thinking of making videos that appear to be pro-vegan, but are actually anti-vegan, or to appear to be anti-meat eaters, like why meat eaters retarded is the title, or why meat eaters always lose against vegans. And because I actually do think that. I actually think that most meat eaters have a fucking clue how to argue against them. And then the video will start off almost like they'll be like, oh, this fucking vegan, and then they find out, I'm not a vegan at all, and that I'm actually taking the opposite position.
That would be brilliant. I would watch it. I mean, so obviously you're right. Anytime a vegan and a meat eater argue, the meat eater always says, "Yeah, I want to kill these innocent animals."
Yeah, like they don't have very good arguments, and they usually, because most of them are actually utilitarians, so they find it very difficult to actually argue against that. And most meat eaters don't have an objective basis for their morality either. So the vegans tend to just
you're clickbaiting them.
most meat eaters.
So you're clickbaiting people because they think, oh, these meat eaters, I'm going to see why the meat eaters suck, and you're going to explain why the meat eaters lose, but they shouldn't.
Yes, basically, that's right.
All right, well, that's video number 1. I wait to see.
All right, I'll start making it then. Yeah.
No.
I think maybe because Massimo commented on the chat panel that Peter's audio is coming through choppy. I think it's because he's in Australia.
Is it? I've got
You could
1.3
Peter,
megabytes.
you could switch maybe the camera off, and so maybe the audio
It will
bandwidth.
improve. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try that. See if that
And
works.
that's better. That's better.
Okay, cool.
Oh, that is. That makes your voice come through better. Damn it! I like to look. I like to look at Mexicans.
This is like bullying now. I'm gonna have to go.
It's gonna go on.
Right.
You've got to come with something to stab me back with. So I accept anything you come up with. Go ahead. So you can take two days to think of it. Next week, if you stab me, I won't even care. I'll just take it. All right.
Is Peter really a Mexican?
No.
See, now everyone thinks I'm Mexican.
On and on. It's brilliant.
I have no Mexican. Listen, I have no Mexican lineage at all. I'm 100% white, Caucasian, European, Australian. I'm Anglo-Saxon, Irish, and that's my genetics.
Okay,
And he says I'm Mexican because I have long hair.
That's reassuring. But sometimes.
This is being recorded for posterity.
Excuse me.
This is being recorded for posterity.
Yeah.
Watch it.
Yeah. For the record, I am not a Mexican. And I resent this accusation.
No, you're on an island. Mexicans can't get to islands. They can only cross rivers.
That's right. Correct.
That's called
a true fact.
That's why they are called wetbacks in America.
It's the Rio Grande, which is I don't even know why they call them wetbacks because it's a small river. You can jump it in many places.
Maybe they do the backstroke.
I think it's because they sweat a lot when working in the fields.
Oh my
That
gosh.
could be another thing. Now, Super Fin Guy, you're not allowed to make racial jokes. You're black, is that right?
Yes.
Not
Yes,
allowed.
Well, he's half white,
Well,
so.
you know, I think my comment wasn't racist. It's just, you know, it's just a fact
Well,
that their backs are sweaty. So
Super
Alright.
Finn,
All
please.
right, so you made a
please.
slightly racist joke,
okay.
and you're
Blacks
black.
can't be racist. Look, Brandon, blacks cannot be racist.
Well,
Yeah, that's true.
you're,
So,
Really? Do you think that?
no, I'm just joking. Like,
Yeah,
of course they
you
can
said
be
it so plainly, though. I thought you were.
racist.
no, Superfin guy's as white as Mexicans from Australia. He is. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please,
Spirits
Super Finn,
or
Super
whatever.
Finn, Super Finn.
Or
Could you please declare your ethnicity for the record?
That's what you
Well,
could do. You could name the. You wanna
I
get
said
click-
it.
You want clickbait? You name the chat whites only.
Yeah, exactly. Wow. That would be awesome.
Google
Spins
would probably
half
shut
white.
you down.
No colored people allowed.
No, I would name it Mexicans only, and you guys would all show up, and Peter would.
Yeah.
Well, I remember that I used to maybe a couple of weeks ago I joined one of Brandon Cropper's hangout, and I talked for a long time with Vit, and I never noticed from the speech that he was a black guy, you know. And
Yeah.
then
I didn't pick up on
Who?
Vit,
He was
Oh
on.
yeah.
I
Yeah,
asked him about that.
He doesn't have like a common black voice. Yeah.
I asked.
Or accent.
Yeah, I asked him about that, and he said he gets shit about his white voice from people in his community.
Really? Wow.
Wow.
So he speaks white. He talks white, according.
Yo, you ain't black enough.
Yeah, exactly.
I
Yeah.
don't really talk like this, guys, because I'm from Florida. But I'm just trying to say.
Oh yeah, well I'll talk like this, eh?
Yeah.
but
Nope.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have a very heavy Australian accent.
Mr.
Oh yeah,
Cropper's a
I'm
Brahmin.
very refined. Thank you.
Mr. Cropper's a Brahmin from New England.
No, I'm from Utah.
I know that, but you're
Oh.
acting like a Brahmin.
A Brahmin.
You've never heard that term?
That's an Indian religious term.
Yeah, but the old Anglo-Saxon families in New England like to call themselves Brahmins
Really?
Bro, really?
because
what,
it's like
what does it mean?
it's like a self-complimentary, like we're enlightened.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, some sort. So it does refer to Eastern religion then.
Yeah, but they co-opted it.
you know, as a matter of fact, I thought that Super Finn had some Indian ancestry from
Oh,
the way
because
he talked.
because of my accent.
Yeah, but really, what kind of where were you born and raised?
I was born in Cape Verde. And
Where?
Cape Verde. It's a couple of islands near the most western point
Oh,
of Africa.
okay, the Cabo Verde.
Cabo Verde, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. So you know about Cape Verde.
Yeah, there are lots of, not lots of, but some people from there in Italy.
Cape Verde, in Italy, yeah, exactly.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
But in English is Cape Verde. Cabo
must-
Verde would
I
Cabo
must-
would be in
Is
Portuguese.
it? It's a fairly poor country, right? It's not.
Yes.
that-
It is. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
I must say, the women I saw from there were a piece of beauty.
Yeah. Like most people here are kind of mixed. You know, like in my case.
You
know,
are, you know, half breed like that.
Yeah, kind of. But I'm more recent of a half breed because my father is white and my mother is blackish. You know? But there are some people that
So you
come from a long lineage of mixed people.
So is it correct to say mulatto in
Yeah,
English?
mulatto. I think it's an English word too, right?
Well, since the
Yeah, that's the right term.
since we are completely going honest here, I must state that I'm not fully Italian, but I have
Blasphemy.
maybe. Yes, maybe I have 1/8 German blood. You know.
Ugh,
Okay.
how dare you? How
Okay.
dare you, sir?
Like in my case, I have, you know, African blood, Portuguese blood, some English blood, you know, and in Cape Verde, we even have lots of Italians in the island of Sal.
I know.
There
I
are
know.
lots, yeah.
I know personally at least of a couple of Italians who decided to go and live there
Yeah,
because
exactly.
they were nauseated by their own Italian country.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yes,
Like
and
like Sal is like a desert, but it has like beautiful beaches, but that's about it. You know.
in fact, these two guys I know, they went there to your own land,
Uh-huh.
Superfin, to what's I call it, to put on a kiosk in the beach, you know.
Oh, okay, yeah. I've seen lots of foreigners do that in the island of Sal, in Boa Vista, yeah, places like that.
And they would never come back because they say that they found a way of living there more. They liked it better than Italian way of living. I don't, you know, different strokes.
If they like the beach and the sun and stuff like that, yeah, I can see it.
Superfin, where do you live now?
Now I live in the city of Boston in the United States.
Boston. Oh, like the other the what he was, Tony, the other day.
Tony, yeah, is Tony in Boston?
I think he said he was in Boston, yes, and he
Oh,
was
okay. Yeah,
an
probably.
Irish guy from
Yeah,
Boston.
exactly. Because there's a lots of Irish people in Boston. Yeah. So I can see why he lives here.
It's a very cold place during the winter, they tell me.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. In Boston, we have like real a real winter. But I like that. I like all seasons. I don't like just the hot season. I like to have, you know, the winter, spring, summer,
Summer,
and fall.
as an Australian, summer is quite sucky. It's so hot.
Yeah, I don't like very hot climate.
Oh, yeah, it's winter right now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's winter here. It's cold.
So it's nicer now.
Raining at the moment. Well,
That's funny.
it's gets a bit too cold for me, but it's probably not cold for you guys.
See, you are a Mexican.
No, no. I am.
It snows in
joking.
Australia,
I'm
doesn't it, in
joking.
certain spots?
So Massimo, it's a small world. So you know people from that have been to Cape Verde. So I'm impressed with that because indeed there are lots of Italians here, but
Yes.
mostly in the island of Sal, I think, or Boa Vista. Yeah.
Yes, I myself don't really know the geography of Cabo Verde or Cape
So
Verde.
it's basically 10 islands, you know.
Okay.
And one
It's an archipelago.
Archipelago.
Archipelago, yeah, exactly. It is, and it's 10 islands, but only nine are inhabited.
Oh, I see. So there are desert islands in Cabo Verde.
Well, Cape Verde, it's like a tropical dry place, you know.
Okay.
So yeah, so it doesn't rain much in Cape Verde, and yeah. So the climate can be pretty dry. It is not something like in like the Bahamas or
Okay.
yeah.
It's like there are, like the Canary Islands are like.
Yeah, something like that. But the Canary Islands are more temperate. Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, I've learned so much about the world today that I didn't know. I would have learnt any of that. Cape
See,
Verde is a Portuguese-speaking African archipelago.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So I'm curious about the snowfall in Australia.
What snowfall?
There's
I've
I don't think there's
photographs of like higher elevations where apparently it snows.
Oh
that
yeah,
blew my mind.
higher elevations.
But see, I think of Australia, I just think of the outback and a burned, hot, desolate
Like-
place.
Yeah, most
like
people
like Mars or something.
yeah, most people was I think outside Australia's first thought is that red outback. That's
Like-
not the Australia that I live in. Most people live on the coasts
Where
where
it's
it's
green
much
and
more
It's
more cooler,
like a-
tropical. Oh, not tropical. Well,
Temperate.
yeah,
Then
maybe
you
that's
put it-
the correct term. I can't actually remember the exact term, but
Mild.
yeah, there's the summers get very hot, but there's not snow in winter. Like for me, cold is like 10 degrees. You know, it sometimes gets lower at night.
See, I don't
And-
even. That doesn't mean anything to me because I think in Fahrenheit.
Oh, sorry, 10 degrees
No,
Celsius. What is it
that's
with you
okay.
Americans?
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
10
it's so-
degrees Celsius is
Well,
Like
10
you
degrees,
said,
10
you
degrees
said-
is
50 Fahrenheit.
50.
Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, so 10 is 50 Fahrenheit. And it gets to 40 degrees Celsius in the summer, which is
105.
Wow. That's,
105, yeah.
Yeah.
So that sucks when it's especially
You know what?
sucks if you don't have air conditioning and there's like 3 or 4 days in a row, because at night it only gets down to like 28 degrees. So it's like hot at night and then hot in the day. So you need air conditioning and it sucks.
Peter,
You know,
Peter,
I think you have basically the same temperature scheme as I do in Florida. Because right now it's the middle of summer. At 3 o'clock in the morning, it's like 80 degrees outside. Or,
Yeah, I see.
yeah,
Yeah,
like 40 Celsius.
But in the summer, in the
80
winter,
80
it
degrees.
doesn't snow.
no, 80 degrees is 22, 23 Celsius.
Yeah, that's not much.
During
Well,
the night,
in the middle of
during the night,
In the daytime, it's scalding.
So 80
Oh, okay.
Fahrenheit in Celsius.
Peter,
is
why don't
26.
you use Fahrenheit scale in
Because
Australia?
we are a rational country.
Yeah.
We
Celsius
moved to the
is
better
not-
system.
When you have the reserve currency of the world, you don't have to adapt, even if it makes sense.
Exactly. When you're America, you do whatever the hell you want. But yeah, the rest of the world decided it made more sense when we said, yeah.
No, I
Because
agree.
I thought that it was something of a Commonwealth thing, you know.
Oh yeah, well the UK uses it too, so I suppose we would use it. But the
Okay.
same reason the UK uses it would be that it just made more sense. I guess they 0 to 100 is boiling point of water, freezing point of water. So
I think they still use miles in the UK though, for distance.
do they? Are you sure?
Well, they might have both. They might have both. On the
I
same.
know they did for a while. I know that older people here, like say people in their 60s, often talk about miles. So they sort of still thinking that they're the generation that actually had to switch over. I never did. I was just born into kilometers and decimal currency.
So you don't use gallons, yards like
No.
that.
When people say like gallons, I'm completely lost. I'm like, how many? Like, what the fuck is that? It sounds like a lot. Like a gallon. It sounds like a fuck ton of, but it's
No,
not.
it is just a jug. You know.
Yeah,
Weird
yeah.
Because and then there's these arbitrary insertions of the metric system over here. Like we have gallons for like milk and pretty much everything, but like soda pop,
It's in
we use
milliliters.
2 liter bottles.
Yeah.
Yeah. And ounces, like when ounces, I'm like, what the hell's an ounce?
You know,
But
I remember one funny thing about, well, not so funny. It's interesting thing about this metric imperial thing. I don't know if you guys remember the 1984 novel by Orwell.
yeah, 1984. Yeah, I've heard of it.
Yes, well, and one of the things that Orwell suggested as a proof of dictatorship is the using of the metric system.
Oh wow.
Oh, really? Wow.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. It's all
If-
just a standard though, so.
Yes, because in fact there is an episode in the book. I don't know if you guys remember when you know the guy I don't remember the name
Winston.
Winston, yes, okay, Winston. Winston goes around London looking for older people to ask for information because he craved for information about the world before the dictatorship, and he bumps into an older guy, and to get in touch with him, he offers him to drink a beer in a pub.
Mhm.
And there is a nice conversation about the fact that they serve half liters glasses of beer, but the older guy he doesn't like the half liters because he says half a liter is not satisfying as a pint.
Yes.
Because
I think Orwell,
What's
the author, probably just included that to try to get like the simpler reader to like, try to appreciate identity, right?
You know when you go into a pub here, you can ask for a pint.
oh, that's
Yeah, well,
fun.
That's
the
an interesting
best-
fact, though.
Well, I mean, in most of the British Commonwealth countries, a pint. In America, we don't think pint. We just say glass. I guess it's the same amount, but nobody says, I'd like to get a pint.
As a matter of fact, I think a pint is 1/8 of a gallon. Am I correct?
You
It's
are.
0.4. Oh, it's half a liter. It's half a liter, which is why obviously he was saying psychologically he likes a pint. It's one whole thing, but that's silly. You can use whatever system you want. It's just that if you're going to deal with the government, they're going to be using the metric
No,
system.
I agree. But I think Orwell just made an issue out of it for artistic purposes, just to kind of emphasize, like,
Yes.
individualization.
You're right about that. Yeah, it's like a way to describe identity.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You know we could apply the metric system to time as well, but that never caught on.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah, like you'd have 10 hours or something like that, and
I would
everything
like
would
that.
be. Yeah,
Oh.
there is systems that would work. Yeah.
And don't get me started about time zones. Why,
Oh, yeah.
why don't we all agree about having European
GMT.
time zone? You know.
Yeah, the GMT's.
Well, then
Yeah,
there's
what
What do you mean? What do you mean the prime meridian? Not everyone
You know,
agrees.
The Greenwich.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
GMT one. Yeah.
It's
Hey,
called universal time zone. Universal time, the time that it occurs on the zero meridian.
Yeah.
In fact, in the military, when I was in the military, I remember clearly that we always used that time stamp because it was easier to coordinate each other around the world using one time zone.
Were you in the Navy?
I was in the army,
Oh, okay.
but we had to do long distance communication, maybe with ships or aircraft that were on another time zone, but we always used the universal time coordinate, which all gets back to the zero meridian time.
Yeah.
It's-
That is.
It was
That
called
is
it was called the Zulu time, I remember, because Zulu is the NATO alphabet code for Z, you know. So the zero meridian means Z or Zulu. So it was the Zulu time.
I have a question. With that, what if I'm in Japan and it's pitch black, and you're in Italy and it's daytime? We're on the same time?
We are on the same time because using the Zulu time, we are on the same time. So time has nothing to do with the sun.
Okay.
in this.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
It has to do with the stars, not with the sun. So with the
Yes.
position. So it doesn't matter where you are on the surface of the Earth. The time is always the same.
Yeah, yeah. It doesn't mention the time. It's not related to time, right?
But how would I ever be able to plan my day?
You'd have to know where you are. You'd have to readjust to everything in every place you go. You'd have to go, okay, what is it? What is midday here?
And then just kind of add or subtract from GMT?
And then just think, oh, you know, I've got this many hours until I need to go to bed, and I don't know.
For example,
Go ahead.
Yes,
Go ahead.
example, please.
yeah, I just want to make a point. Like for example, in Cape Verde, we are +1 GMT, you know, and like Eastern time in the US is -3 right now, GMT.
Yeah, we're +9.5.
Yeah. So go ahead, Massimo. Yeah.
Yes, I was trying to look up where the fuck was Cabo Verde in fact, because yes, it is -1. You said -1.
No, I think I said +1, but I think -1 is correct. Yeah.
Because you are west of the zero meridian.
Exactly.
So you are -1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in fact, it says UTC on Wikipedia. It says time zone UTC -1.
Yes. Right now I'm kind of tired, so I need to.
But now you are in Boston, so it is Eastern time -6, and maybe even commercial is -6.
Yes.
But if you had some gentleman from West Coast, it would be -9.
Yeah, something like that.
And in fact, Peter is +9 or +9.5. I see on the chart.
Yeah. So we get the New Year's first. Christmas first. Although it's summer here at Christmas.
This is a lot confusing because we always have to do these calculations when. So let me put it in a simple way. I think about this time zone issue in this way. It used to make sense when people around the world didn't communicate with each other like we are doing now. We are talking to each other from a crazy different amount of time zones. So it would make more sense for us, for people who communicate around the world, to use just one time coordinate. But when you are dealing with local issues, going to the grocery, having appointments, having people to meet in real life, then we regress to the old ancient sun, dark, light meaning of time.
Okay, I see. But if we wanted to, even for local activity, we could use the universal.
Yes, it could work.
Just like in Australia, they've been forced to treat Christmas time in summer because the northern hemisphere won't concede. If we wanted to, no, seriously, but if we wanted to, we could force the Japanese to just think of midnight as high noon.
I think it would take some adjustment, but in the long run, you would have, as a whole, we would have more advantages than disadvantages. Yes.
Yeah, I think I agree. Like, who cares what you call it as long as you know what it is?
Yeah. You should only people around the world should adjust, signs on the shops windows, or things like that on the, the train schedules. But apart from that, that only takes maybe a couple of months tops to adjust. It would be convenient. Think about all the things about the time when you leave and when you land during an intercontinental plane trip.
Yes. I agree.
Oh, you see. In fact,
coming back to Australia is brutal. It feels like you lose so many days.
In fact, plane pilots use the universal time coordinate during communications.
Excellent. So we
It
need
would
that.
only make sense, yeah.
We need to get rid of the 12-month calendar, which we can blame the Italians for, the Romans, with
Well,
September.
I think more important
September.
would be 24-hour time. I think that makes more sense. Rather than doing 12 p.m. and
Yeah, just like 20 hours or whatever.
24-hour time, yeah, like they do in the army.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
There is a reason they use it in the army. It's because you can't fuck up. Like, the amount of times I've set my alarm clock to 8 p.m. and I meant 8 a.m.
Well,
It's just ridiculous.
It's not ambiguous, yeah.
Yeah,
Most
exactly.
places in Europe, they use the 24-hour, don't they?
They do in Europe a fair bit, I think. Yeah, but not in the UK.
Yeah.
I use the 24 hours in my computer.
We need to
there you go.
We need to go full French Revolution and just have, like you said, like totally do away with the 60-minute schedule and the 24 schedule, and just have like 10-hour blocks or whatever, congruent with the decimal or with the decimal system. And then we need to do Esperanto as well.
Oh, really? Esperanto is a very fascinating language, but I'm not sure if it's really that good as a.
English is the actual
lingua franca.
Yeah, exactly.
Because for it to take off, it has to reach a critical mass. The reason why English is way more useful to learn is because more people speak it. So it has to reach a critical mass, and it's usually the language of the most dominant country.
Well, I'm going to sound
and
arrogant American here for a second. I'm going to sound like an arrogant American, but I think English has taken off not just because English-speaking people have been, economically successful, but I think it's because it's more precise. It's better.
It sounds nicer too. It's a pretty melodic language.
As a guy who's pretty interested in linguistics, I have to disagree completely.
Really?
There's no basis to the idea that English is more precise. Whether or not it sounds better is...
it's subjective. But Portuguese, for example, is very monotone, English, you have all sorts of sounds.
How many other languages do you speak?
My favorite language is Italian, because Italian is like people talk like they're singing or something.
I really like Norwegian for that, the melody of it.
Norwegian? Okay.
Yeah, it has a very nice melody. It actually has a pitch accent, so different pitches can actually change the meaning. No, it's not tonal like Chinese, but it does have it's pitch accent like Japanese.
But that's a liability, because when there's less inflection, then there's less chance of being misunderstood. It's I've studied Polish, and I'm sure this is similar in a lot of languages, where all I got to do is change, whether I go good or good, and
exactly.
The entire meaning.
Chinese does in English too.
It does, but not officially in English. In English, officially, that's meaningless. Officially,
no, if you say good, it's a question, right?
But not officially.
Yeah, it is officially.
Proper English, there's no question that's just one word. You have to say.
There is an inflection.
Yeah. You have to.
But it's just.
You have to phrase the question right for it to be an actual question.
But what I'm saying is, obviously people do that in English, but that's just like slang. Technically,
that's not slang. What's slang then? If everyone does it, what's official? That's just.
because you have to say, is it good? Whereas in Polish and a lot of other languages, you don't.
Yeah.
There's not even a way to say that. They
Because
don't have.
because
Okay,
because
I see what you're saying, but it doesn't mean that that's not
Peter, Peter.
a way to do it in English.
because it's an ambiguous thing. It's not proper English because for it to be
But it's not
correct,
ambiguous.
it is because
It
because
encodes the information in the inflection, and you can hear it.
But
yeah,
people-
but it's very subtle, you know.
You
It's
can have something.
How
you,
is this? It's
can
only.
be chewing
It's not subtle at all.
you can be chewing
but-
food and accidentally
yeah,
say the wrong
exactly.
thing. Just
But sometimes you can.
You can do that with vowels and consonants. I think it's completely arbitrary. You have a problem with voice inflection as difficult to hear. I've never like take Chinese for example. Tones will change the meaning of the word, and they have
Yeah.
no problem with it whatsoever.
Oh,
There's
really? No, well, because those tones are more, you know, are kind of, they're not very subtle, you know.
I'm not-
really? Oh, really?
I'm not saying that the problem arises very often. Most languages work. Most 99.999% of the time. I'm just
Yeah.
saying that in English, if there is a disagreement, there is a way to appeal to
Yeah.
other words. Whereas in Polish, at least, and probably other languages, you just have to hope it's understood.
And commercial, are you of Polish heritage?
No, I'm English, French, German, Norwegian. Two of
Okay.
those.
And Superfin, when you went, you were going to school. Were you going to school in America or in your original?
I came here for work.
When did you go to America to work?
2004, since 2004.
And you already knew to speak English?
A little bit, but I had to improve my skills.
And so your native tongue is Portuguese.
It's Portuguese, Cape Verdean Creole. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to ask if you spoke that one, the Cape Verde
Yeah.
Creole.
Yeah,
do.
But
exactly.
I
Creole is a subset of the English, of the Portuguese language.
we are so Superfin guy and I are the only not native speakers in this hangout. No?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
most of the time.
I was perusing my grammar, grammar book, because as a foreigner, as a not native speaker, I had to study English in school as a foreign language.
Right.
And I was looking in the part. I'm looking right now in the part about interrogative, interrogative form, interrogative
Yeah.
sentence. And
Yeah.
in fact, I must say that it looks like Peter is right, because
Yes, I know,
because
right?
well, yeah, and the book also says that in written English you have to do the normal rule for interrogative service, with the inversion, with the do auxiliary verb. But in
Yeah.
spoken English,
You're not required to do it.
But if he wants to make the argument about being more precise, in Japanese there is a question particle. How much more precise can you get? They used to say the same thing about French being more precise. I think it's just
Well,
you
every-
don't have
every-
enough
every-
perspective.
Like every language has a question particle. It's
No, in Japanese it comes at the end of the sentence after a question. It's not like what, where, when, how, for instance.
okay.
You say the sentence as you would a normal sentence, and you add the question particle on the end, and it makes it into a question.
Well,
What about the question mark?
Exactly, I was thinking the same thing.
Pardon me?
The question mark.
Yes, the question mark in written language, yes, is like a question. It's not a question particle, but it shows.
Oh, okay,
Ah,
okay,
I
I get
see.
it. So in
It's actually
Japanese,
sound, yeah.
yeah, you say something and
Yes.
then you say that other little thing that makes it into a question.
They
Yeah,
have
yeah,
that
yeah.
in Polish. That exists as well. There's a ch if you want to make a question,
Oh,
but you
okay,
don't.
okay.
But you don't have to use it. You can still speak proper Polish by just using inflection.
Oh, okay.
Whereas in English, technically,
That's
saying
not the same thing, but it's similar. In French, you can say "est-ce que" before any sentence, and it
well,
makes it into a question.
yes, there's pronouns in French, but what I'm saying is there are languages where there's no pronouns, but in English there are. Technically, if I say good, everybody knows I'm asking a question, but technically that's meaningless. That's gobbledygook.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
That's not
Like
a sentence.
everyone knows that you're
But if you
asking
say,
a
"Is
good
it good?"
question out of experience, but it's not out of the
You can
syntactic
say
structure.
that's
There
not a
is-
sentence, but you can say "it is good," and then you can say "it is good," and it changes the meaning.
I must say that I don't agree completely with this, because in fact I'm still reading in the grammar book. It says that it is common use in spoken English to leave out parts of the sentence.
Yes, but it's technically technically not a full sentence if you leave out
Well,
those things. But in colloquial speech, people drop that kind of thing.
I mean this is a sanctioned use in my grammar book, which is from Oxford, Oxford University, I think.
In writing, for instance, people will often drop pronouns in English, but in writing,
No,
you
I'm talking about spoken informal conversation.
First of all,
Right.
the British don't know anything about English.
Okay.
You don't?
I'm kidding.
Okay.
I'm reading an example here. Okay, it is an example from the grammar book I'm reading. You coming tonight? ? Is considered a correct English question.
Colloquially, yes, but you would never write it.
Coming tonight? ? With no
Yeah.
R, with no,
That seems
Yeah.
like just like a phrase. You are coming tonight,
That's just a piece of a sentence.
Yeah.
It is considered a complete sentence in the book I'm reading.
Yeah, but it's colloquial and in context. You can say that kind of thing.
It is considered a correct
you wouldn't-
sentence in spoken English, not in written English.
Like if I just started talking to someone and I said, and I dropped it like that, it would seem odd, I think. But if you were in the middle of a conversation and there was a context, and you said that, it would seem fine. Like you're on the phone and like so, and then you can say, oh, so you coming tonight, and that's fine.
Yeah, I agree.
There is also
I do it all the time. So
there is even a more extreme example here. Seen John anywhere? ?
Yes.
So you don't have
have
a verb and no subject.
Well,
yes, but it's context. You have to do it.
You drop the have.
Yeah.
You drop the have and the you.
Yeah. Have you seen? Yeah, but it's in context, and it's colloquial too. You would never write that sentence like out of nowhere, and you wouldn't walk up to someone and say, what was the sentence again? Seen John anywhere?
Seen John anywhere? ?
Yeah, like if you walked up to someone, there was no context, there was a complete stranger, and you said, seen the game tonight, or seen the game last night, or something like that, it would seem unnecessarily dropped. That's what I'm saying. Is that in the flow of a conversation, it's fine. If you've got a common context, like you know that I'm talking to you, and obviously that's the thing.
Yeah.
Incidentally, they drop pronouns in Japanese all the time, and it's actually part of it. But in English, it's more of a colloquial.
Yeah, if you did that frequently in English, people would think you were uneducated.
If you only ever did it, and it was like you started sentences that way, like you started like talking, like the first sentence you said was dropping that, I think that would seem odd. I mean, unless you were already intimately close with someone, I guess.
Like,
You know-
like one thing that I think it's in favor of English being the more precise language is because English used to have very precise words, you know, words for every context. Those are not used anymore because the English has been simplified over the years. But if you, for
Well,
example, you know, an English person with a received accent, for example, they would use their vocabulary is much richer, you know,
well,
than.
specific vocabulary. I don't know. It's every language can you know, say the same things. It's not really. And if there's any technical vocabulary missing, like you can take some tribal language and you can just give them the vocabulary. There's no reason they can't have technical vocabulary. The reason they don't have the vocabulary is that they don't know what physics is. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, not only in physics, like things for everyday lives, you know, things that people talk about, you know. Like, for example, I can give
Okay.
you.
In Russian, there's a separate word for dark blue. So
Mhm.
do they have a more precise language? I mean, I can say dark
Well,
blue, and it means the same thing.
yeah, but in that case, it seems unnecessary to come up with a new word.
And razor.
But
It's not a
in
new word
English,
for them, though. It's more precise, as you say. It's a different
No, no.
word for a specific thing.
I can,
It-
I can. I was thinking about one thing. Excuse me, Superfin, if I am interrupting.
oh, no problem, no problem.
Getting back to one thing that the commercial said before, I think that the qualities of the English language has nothing to do with its success. It's a success in the world.
I agree.
Because there are many languages which have superior qualities, but it has more to do with the way Anglo-Saxon people during the centuries spread around the world a way of behaving, a way of thinking.
Yeah.
It's the dominant,
Yes.
language because
It's
people
a
wanted to
dominant-
learn it because that
It's
was more useful.
But
Yes,
I would argue,
culturally, it's dominant on the basis of a culture, a philosophy, if you want.
Yeah,
Yeah.
true.
There was the
Yeah.
UK, there was technology, it was ruled the world, and then there was America. So of course it was
no,
English.
I agree. I agree that that's the vast majority of the reason. But the part of the reason why the technology advanced more and the philosophy advanced more precisely, I would argue, is because the language is more efficient. You can
I would
think,
absolutely disagree 100% with that. Any country with any language could have done it. It was the philosophy.
yes,
It's
but
it's an interesting idea to
it would
discuss.
take longer in a different language. It could
This
be done.
idea of this is the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, the idea that the language you speak changes the ideas you hold, and it's just completely
No,
been
that's
shown
not
not to be
what I'm
not to be
saying.
right.
I'm simply saying that you can arrive at the same conclusion quicker.
Okay,
No,
okay.
There's
Can I
nothing more precise or
can I say
efficient about English language. It's
Mr.
just linguistically.
Can I say you? I have one piece of data which might be interesting for the discussion. I have proof that when you translate from a book from English to Italian, for instance, the number of pages grows consistently by a 20-30%.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So what? So what? So what?
So what that means that on the pure basis
It was
of
more efficient.
So,
Yes,
so efficiency is measured in how many letters and how many phonemes. Like so
Well,
you know,
but-
Chinese shrinks. Chinese will shrink.
Okay, let's. I'm talking about languages who share the same alphabet, more or less. You know, the not.
Yeah.
Well, even if you do pinyin, it will shrink.
In Chinese, like a symbol, it's not a phonetic symbol. It's like
Right. So
yeah,
okay,
just
so
a
it's more
feature, yeah.
efficient. So they're gonna have a better language.
No, but it's for example, if all the Chinese people were to die, you wouldn't be able to reproduce the language because
But-
there's no information of the sound.
Oh, yeah, kind of, yeah. But we have the same problem with Egyptian and stuff because we don't know exactly what the sounds were. But the point is
they were on the same
that
level.
even in spoken speech, for instance, because you're using both consonant, vowels, and tone, you have to say less syllables to get more information. You can get more information across. Like the words are very, very small. So are we saying that that's more efficient?
You are talking about English?
I'm talking
I don't
about
mean
Chinese.
efficiency.
Chinese.
Okay.
I don't mean efficiency of speaking. I mean efficiency of thinking.
Yeah,
great.
but I was responding to Massimo's comment that Italian grows in 30%, and I'm just
For
saying
example,
that's
but
completely
I'm
irrelevant.
saying-
Completely irrelevant to
let me tell you something. Like in Portuguese, like for every person, there's a form for the verb. So it's a lot more complicated.
In Italian, the same.
Yeah, but
The same, yeah.
I know in French the same thing, but you could even say that that's more efficient. And if you want to go down that path, there is no inflection in Chinese. So it's just this idea that the language you speak will influence the efficiency of your thought. It just has no tenability if you look at all the languages and you realize that they're all.
I'm not saying it makes you a more efficient thinker. I'm saying it allows you to think more efficiently.
Well, how is that different?
It
allows you to think more efficiently.
Here's the difference. If you're born speaking English, that's your first language. That doesn't automatically mean that you're going to be smarter or think more precise or better or more efficaciously than someone else from a different language. However, if you are thinking in English, regardless of whether it's your first language or not, you are going to be able to get more precise conclusions quicker because there's not as much room for error.
Why?
There's not as much room for error.
Why is there room for error in other languages? There just isn't. You're just making that up. Do you know there's 6,000 languages in the world? Do you think that English is number 1 out of 6,000?
I don't know.
Yes, I do know the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis.
Well, I think it could be the most efficient language that is known. Not necessarily the.
Okay. Well, let's take the top 20 or top 10 or top 15. I just think that from my study of language and something I'm interested in, there is absolutely no evidence whatsoever that any language. And if you want to get to preciseness, from my study of Japanese, I often have thought, wow, this is very amazingly precise. Everything has a part because they have a topic particle and they have a subject particle and they have an object particle and they have everything in the sentence relies on these particles, and in English it's the word order, right? So you can get very ambiguous sentences, but in Japanese, if you just change the particle, it will change the meaning of the sentence, and the word order remains the same. It's absolutely fascinating and amazing. But I never ever jump to the conclusion that so the Japanese can come to more efficient.
One of the best examples for my argument is the subject-verb agreement. And English is unique in that it's flipped from most of the other major languages.
Well, what do you mean by that?
What do you mean subject-verb agreement?
Like, general society versus society generale, right? Or
no, that's where you put the adjective. That's where you put the adjective, and that's completely arbitrary. It has makes no difference to the efficiency.
That was a bad example. I mean, like a political situation, whereas in French, it would say, situation political.
Yeah, that's yeah.
And that's
what difference does that make? It's a completely arbitrary standard in any language.
I'm getting to the difference. The difference is that when I know from the very outset of the sentence what the subject is that we're talking about,
without a context,
I can focus on all of the detail without having to sit and wonder what it is that you're describing before you tell me.
You can make the exact same argument in the opposite way. You can say, "Oh, you say the thing and then you describe it." I know the thing because I say blue car. So you had to wait for me to say car. You had no idea what I was talking about. In French, I would say car. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Then I describe it. So you're just making this up.
No, I'm trying. I'm referring.
I'm sorry. I'm so passionate. I'm sorry. I'm so passionate about it, but it's something that I'm interested in, and that just.
I'm trying to refer to long sentences.
Okay,
And I
can
used,
you
I used a simple one where it doesn't matter. You're right.
commercial?
There are languages out there that have different word order, everything. So
But
like
can I ask? Can I ask
let-
one thing? Is
okay, go
this
ahead.
this thing about the adjective coming before the noun? Is it a hard and fast rule in English?
mostly, yeah, mostly.
Because I am thinking about things like, you know, sentences like I'm not I'm not able to remember now, but there are a lot of instances where you have the reverse.
Yes, we say something good. We don't say good something.
Okay, like that.
Yes. Okay. We have an example in English where it's the wrong way around, apparently.
But those are simple things where you're right. It pretty much doesn't matter. But I'm talking about like a long sentence where it's like, you know, you need to
But
attach.
Psycholinguistics has studied how the brain, how people can parse an entire sentence, and if you want to study that, you can go into it and see that it doesn't matter.
Well,
it doesn't matter.
That's what we're discussing. That's what we're discussing.
In Italian, for example, the normal usage is that you put the adjective after the noun, but it's not
sometimes.
But sometimes you can put it before.
Yeah. In French, good goes before.
In fact, I must add that it is a way to slightly change the meaning, because it is a way to put you know, stress on the noun or on the adjective.
There you go. So Italian might be superior now. I don't agree. I don't think it is, but
Portuguese is the same.
Yeah, because they all come from Latin, so they all have
all from the same, you know, stem.
Yeah.
The Latin, the Romance. They are called the Romance languages, I think.
Romance.
The Italian language was a dialect, and it was called Toscano, right? Or Tosco.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, Toscano, which was called was the, you know, the language of the common people in Tuscany.
Yeah, all these dialects of Latin started to
in fact
move apart.
When there is you know, a manner of saying in Italian, when you want to say when you want to urge one the man you are talking to, the person you are talking to speak clearly, you say to him, please speak Tuscan.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's interesting, yeah.
What about the old dead Latin from the Roman Empire? I wonder, what was the subject-verb arrangement there?
They used to say, "Oh, Latin makes you think more efficient." They used to say the same thing about Latin. They used to teach it in school. Oh, Latin makes you smart.
We are taught in school.
That's not what they said. They said you should learn Latin because it's like the root of so many other languages. You learn so much about other.
They said that, but I'm sure that they also said that it was superior.
Well, maybe they did, but that's not what made it superior. That's not what made Old Latin worth learning. And nobody actually knows how Latin sounds, right?
Well, we have a fairly good idea because of modern Italian. We have some idea.
I'm asking. I don't know. Maybe one of you knows.
We can reconstruct somewhat.
Not
perfectly.
I must disagree, because there were so many changes in the centuries. That,
they look at all the modern they look at all the modern Romance languages, but and then they have an idea of how vowels and things can shift, and then they can make educated guesses as to what it may have been.
I can add one thing. One thing, if you are interested, that at least as late as the 1960s, in the Catholic Church, it was used. Latin was the language used during the Mass.
Yeah,
okay.
Right.
Yeah, like in Cape Verde too. They do that sometimes.
Okay, so
no one understands.
So isn't there like a church? Isn't there a church Latin though that's like considered to be different from the
Yes,
the old?
that's what I was trying to say. Is that some linguists in Italy put forward the notion that probably the church Latin is very near as possible to the original Latin, because the church preserved the use during the centuries.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So
really? Okay.
because in the church, the people of the church tended to use the Latin on a daily basis for centuries in their own
Yeah.
business and in the celebration. So on the other hand, the common people gradually changed their way of talking. So
Yeah.
the church as an entity that preserves tradition could have given to the linguists hints to some valuable hints as to the way the common people during the Roman Empire and Republic used
Actually
to
sounded.
speak. Yes.
Massimo,
Well,
do you speak
you know
any Latin?
this. Go ahead.
Massimo, do you speak any Latin?
I must say that maybe 60 or 70% of the Italians studied some Latin in school, because
Is it
Oh, I
particularly
did
easy
that.
for Italians because it's still quite
Allora,
transparent?
Latin is taught in some kind of high schools in Italy, and
Is it easy though? Like when I look at Latin, if I look at any other Romance language, there's some transparency there. Is it even more so from Italian to Latin? Like, is it somewhat easy to sort of guess at meanings?
some say it is very easy to translate between Italian and Latin, but I have friends who studied ancient Greek also.
Yeah.
And they say that the most natural way of translation is from Latin and ancient Greek, and the other way around. That's the more common. The two ancient languages have the most common features, the most features in common. So it is very natural to. It's considered very natural to translate between ancient Greek and Latin.
Okay, go ahead.
A bit
Just
less
one
between modern language like Italian and Latin, but of course there are many similarities. In fact, it used maybe 50 years ago they used to teach some Latin even to children in the K-12.
Okay.
Because the didactic purpose was that it made learning the grammar rules more easy, because they are strict.
Yeah, they say that.
Yeah.
You can tell that I'm very interested in languages, but I just do not. I think that was just a false start. They might as well just teach them Esperanto, or just teach them their own languages. Just teach them Italian's grammar rules, because every language's rules are strict in a sense. There are things that cannot be broken.
Yes.
Isn't the old original Latin, the subject verb is flipped from Italian, isn't it? I'm not sure.
Well, one of the most striking features of Latin is that the verb is the last word in a sentence.
Like
but
English.
Italian has Latin has cases, so you can actually have fairly free word order, right?
Yes,
because
of course.
That. Like in Romanian, or like in Hungarian.
It is sort of
stylistic.
It's like a common practice to express the words in a certain order in Latin. It's not a hard and fast rule.
Right. So it actually is more like fluid in that way, because cases allow that, because everything in the sentences is not done by word order. Like the role of each part of the sentence is done by.
In fact, one of the most striking features of Latin is that you can shuffle the words in pretty much any
Yeah.
way you want, and the meaning does not change.
Yes,
Wow.
and Japanese you can do the same because of the particles. But there
I
is
could I couldn't imagine how that would be possible. You know, to change the the placing of the words and the
You
meaning
know,
would change.
I can give you an example.
because
That's
because
the
that's
Polish as
because
well.
that's because of what Peter used to just said, because of the declination. You know, you for example, if you have let's say the man eats the man eats the bread. The man eats the bread. You cannot say the bread eats the man in English, because it completely reverses
Yeah.
the. But in Latin and in Italian the same. You cannot say
The bread eats man.
you cannot say that in Italian or in English or in German. Maybe in German you can, because in German they still have declination.
But you can say bread the man eats.
Yes, in English,
Yeah,
in Latin you can say that, because you have to put what's called a desinence. It's the end part of one noun. It changes the role of that noun in the sentence. So
Right. Yeah.
they are called the subject case and the object case.
Right.
So for example, the word for bread is in Latin is panis. But panis is when the bread is the subject of the phrase. If you want to express bread as an object, like the man eats the bread, you cannot use panis, but you must use panem.
Yes.
What
Right,
it changes the last part of the word. So you can say panem homo comit, which means the man eats the bread, even if you put the bread at the start of the phrase.
Right. Yep. Yeah. That's like like most case languages, or like Finnish. Finnish has actually 14 cases from memory. But yeah, I actually don't know a language other than Japanese to give an example here.
I remember
This-
I studied some German in the past. I remember that in German there are cases.
Yeah, in German there are cases. There are 4 cases, but the word order isn't that flexible, and it's kind of different because the declension is usually on the word like the and a, sometimes on the word itself. But yes, there is case, and so because you have the case, it is possible to move things around a little bit more, I think. But
I don't know how
German.
useful this is. The American government has rankings for the difficulty that an English speaker would have learning languages, and apparently Dutch is the easiest language for English speakers to learn. It's the most
Yeah, it's
closely
the
related.
most similar. It's the most similar grammatically.
It's the closest language to modern English.
Yes,
Yes,
and
it's
then the second easiest is all the Romance languages: Italian, French, Spanish, and then German is
Yeah.
like German is on a level of its own, and then the rest of them, like Arabic and Chinese, are all considered like really difficult.
Yeah,
It
Finnish is like
it makes a sense, because modern English, in fact, is I put it very, very, very coarsely, but it's the fusion between Old Dutch and Old French.
Yeah. Like English borrows a lot from French.
Well,
and,
it's French and Spanish and Italian. There's so much shared vocabulary. It's helpful.
In fact, the original language spoken in the British Islands was the Anglo-Saxon, the old
a German cognate.
Which is it was more like Dutch,
Okay, but isn't Dutch derived from like the core German?
In fact, Dutch sounds like the old German and the old English, as far as I know.
It is interesting that for example, we say Dutch, and another word for the German language is Deutsch, right?
Deutsch.
So
Deutsch is the German, but
Yes.
that's not in English. Deutsch is the German word for
word
German.
for German. Okay.
But it's probably related. You're probably right.
Yeah.
In fact, Deutsch, some say, is the way the original German people defined themselves.
As
Well,
Deutsch people.
Used to define themselves, Deutsch. One of the oldest words in the German language is Deutsch. And in fact, when the Romans came in contact with the Germans, they tried to express this word, which is very difficult to express for a Latin speaker, and they came out with the Teutonic, Teutonic, which is somehow of the way the Latins understood the word Deutsch.
So the French word for German in French is allemand. What's it in Portuguese and Italian?
Allemand.
Alemania was the old name for Germany.
All the Latin languages use that word, and then English uses German.
German is a strange word, isn't it?
You know that the main highway from northern Italy to Germany,
the Brenner Pass.
That's the pass, but through the pass goes this very long road, the highway. We still call it Aleman Road. Using the old name for Germany.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And in fact, going back to the British languages, and as far as I know, when after the Battle of Hastings, I think the domination of 1066, the domination up until that date, the British islands were dominated by the Dutch, in fact, because and then came William, the Conqueror,
Right.
which was
even before that.
Which in fact
was Celtic.
We need to all learn Gaelic.
Okay, if we go back to that, okay, the original
The real
people
natives,
the real natives were the Celts, the Picts, the Gaels. Then came the Dutch.
The real natives were Neanderthal.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
okay, you can say that. So the Celts were the native population of the British Isles.
As far as we have documentation.
Yeah, the first, and then the Germanic tribes came up, as far as I remember, bringing them along with them
which Germanic, in fact, it was northern Germany tribes, what we could now call as Dutch and maybe Danish.
Yeah,
people,
Jutland,
like that. And then after Hastings, the official language became the Old French, the Norman, and in fact, it was the language used for political meetings in the courts. The nobility used the Old French, the Norman language, up until maybe the 15th century.
Yeah, they used
the northern of France. I guess that's yeah, exactly. That's why it's called that. Yeah.
Yes, but then gradually, in languages are very interesting because it always mix up. So you could not keep one language separate from the other.
Yeah, exactly.
In the same place. So some French word became gradually, familiar to the common people in the British island, and the other way around. Even if in the court they had to use the French or the Norman, they normally used also the native speaking language. So gradually it became it is now known as the Old English.
Yeah, that's amazing how many French words are in just common. Even in America here, there's, like people say fait accompli. And,
yes.
Yeah,
That's-
more than that,
That's considered English, even though it's so obviously just totally French.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Like
more than that, though, there's so many words you wouldn't even imagine that are from
But
French.
I couldn't think of a more subtle one, but that's an explicit example.
Yeah, like,
You guys want to know why Americans are called Yankees? You don't know?
yeah, I don't know.
well, I kind of know. I think it was something that the natives called the
Yes.
the British people. Yeah.
Yeah, it was the French called the English Anglais, right?
Yeah.
And then the native Americans, the Indians that we call them,
Yeah.
they couldn't say Anglais, so they said Yankees, and it just
Oh,
became.
okay. Yeah.
Yes,
Oh, wow.
Yanks. Yeah.
yes, I knew that story. Yes, it's very fascinating. And one other thing I can tell you is that there are some words in each language which you think are from your language, and in fact are from another language.
Yeah, so many.
And these days
In English.
it is happening faster. You know, I
Well,
think
but
in
to-
just in a
but-
few years things will
But,
change a lot.
there is one different super thing, guy. Today we don't change the word usually. So, for example, there are many English words used in the newspaper in Italy, but it is done as a conscious thing. You know,
Oh, okay, yeah. I see your point.
we want to use you want to use the English word because it's fancy, because it's
Yeah.
Yeah.
it puts you on a higher level than the people.
Than using the
funny.
actual words of the language. Like,
Yeah.
like and sometimes
It's funny to listen to someone speaking a foreign language, and they're speaking and going, quickly, and then all
they
of a sudden
add these words.
they stop and they say like John Parker, and then they keep
Yeah.
going.
Yeah.
It's even funnier in the Philippines. I think in Tagalog they do that all the time, and it's like half the sentence seems like English, and then the next half is completely incomprehensible. It's hilarious.
Like
But,
like
but-
sometimes, like sometimes they put the foreign words in italics, right?
Yes,
Uh-huh.
but
Yeah,
you cannot do italics during spoken.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But
The best is all the native names that we've allowed for like cities and towns and things. Like here in Florida, there's like Thonoto Sasa is the name of a town.
yes,
Say again,
Just
please.
ridiculous.
Fonoto?
Thonoto Sasa.
Is
Thonoto
that-
Sasa. It's an Indian name.
Oh, okay, yeah.
but I think in America there are many places, like I don't know, maybe the Potomac Massachusetts,
yeah,
the Potomac River,
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Mississippi River.
Yeah, exactly. Lots of
Missouri.
native words. Missouri.
Another thing, which is
Oklahoma, I think.
Oklahoma, yes. Another thing about Italian is that if you there are thousands and thousands of words which I thought I were Italian words, but in fact they came from French.
Oh, like, for
Oh.
example,
But there are thousands. But they sound like they are Italian, because they come from a French word. Then
change it, though.
we change it to an Italian sounding words.
yeah,
Right.
the
Just like in
pronunciation
English.
is-
Yeah.
I was going to say something about that earlier when we were talking about Latin. Like, to me, modern Italian sounds more like French than it does Latin.
But you cannot
Yeah.
know how Latin really sounded. The fact.
Yeah,
But I
know.
even think French is quite unique among them. The only thing that kind of has the same sound as Portuguese, because in Portuguese they have the nasal vowels as well.
It just
But
seems like it flows at the same rate, whereas Latin is a little more stilted. Sounds a little more like Germanic or English.
Yeah, but you've only ever heard non-native speakers in a reconstructed way speaking it.
True. But just looking at the words, even like there's less
I think-
vowel.
I
But
think
that can
it
be
sounds something
misleading.
like. Yeah, go ahead.
No, looking at the written word is a very misleading way to.
Yeah, I know. I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah.
I'm just brainstorming. Just
if you
hypothesizing.
instead you could listen to maybe a Romanian man, you know, from
Oh,
Romania,
yeah.
and it's
But I think
I've
like
heard that.
one thing that I noticed is that Romanian sounds like Portuguese from like you're in a room and you're hearing someone, you're listening to someone speak Portuguese and you can't make up the words. That's how
Really?
yeah, exactly. So
That's funny. You know, Romanian still keeps the case system to some
yes, but
extent.
the way there are many Romanians in Italy, but the way they speak, it sounds very similar to Italian, and
Yeah.
we share many words. We share
Yeah,
many
they've
words.
actually taken a lot of words from Slavic languages over the years because they're surrounded by them,
In
which is
fact,
another.
it may be maybe the same way we as Italians incorporated the words from the French, they did from the Slavic, you know.
Yeah, that's right. So many
But
of their words.
in fact, for them is more in your face because French and Italian have similar roots, but on the other hand, Slavic languages and Romanian
from totally different
original
roots.
have a totally different.
Well, oh yeah. Romanian is a Romance language, but Slavic languages are different roots. Yeah.
Going back,
They have completely different words.
yes, but one other thing I wanted to say about the efficiency of language is that English, most English words are one or two syllables. You know, in in fact, in Italian, it is not uncommon to have 3 or 4 syllable words.
Okay.
So that's maybe it is one of the reasons why when you translate one book from English to Italian, it grows in size, you know,
I
because
think that
Yeah,
might
probably.
for
Like-
let's say for example the word eat, meaning, you know, to eat.
Okay. Manja, right?
Mangiare,
Mangiare.
which is three syllables
Mm-hmm.
to compared to just one syllable in English.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, at
You
least
see?
it's not German.
Yeah.
German is very-
It is.
But there are
It is,
counterexamples, I'm sure.
It is even worse if you put it in context. For example, I ate. You know, to use the past tense. I ate, 2 syllables. In Italian is io ho mangiato. 5 syllables.
Even more letters.
5 as compared to 2, you know.
Yeah.
It's more than
3.
100% increase in the number of syllables.
Yeah. Like in Portuguese, it's kind of the same, you know. You would say, you would say eu comi, but that's not the,
Which means I have eaten. I
yeah,
ate. You know.
I ate,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yes.
In France is j'ai mangé, so 3 as well.
But in France, you also there is a thing about there is very different in length between spoken and written in French. So in French, you can have a very long word which is pronounced shortly, because some of the vowels are, you know, mute vowels in French.
Yeah.
You don't
Like for
pronounce
example, for something, for a singular something and a plural something, like the written language is you actually
Oh,
add
yeah,
those letters.
the plural. Oh, yeah, the plural. There is no plural sound at all. So, the S on the end is only written.
And in fact, I know that French people, normally, for example, you don't pronounce the final E after a consonant in a word in French.
You don't pronounce the final consonant usually, and then if there is an E, then.
But sometimes in the spoken French, if you want to emphasize, you do that instead.
Okay. Oh, really? I didn't
Sometimes,
know that.
sometimes
What words?
I'm just
You
thinking
don't know?
about one
Oh.
instance of this, but I remember that, for example, let's get back to the eat verb. In French is mange, manger. They say je mange.
Yes.
You see, the last e is not pronounced. Je mange.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
in
je
some
mange.
instances like that. Yeah.
But
Je mange, you could say.
if you want to emphasize to someone that you are eating, you say je mange.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Because you
I'll
want
pay
to
that.
put an-
But that's usually verbs. But yeah. Okay. I'll pay it. Like, do is faire, but if you say faire, it's kind of yeah.
One
Fair
thing
enough.
about one thing about Italian, which may be one of the strong point of Italian language, is that you pronounce every single letter. Yes.
In
Yes.
There
Portuguese,
are
the same thing.
in Portuguese and Spanish and Italian are the most similar languages.
Yeah.
Yes. So the same phenomenon we have in Italian as in Portuguese or Spanish. But the fact, one of the difficulties the children have studying English in Italy is that sometimes in English you have not to pronounce some letters. It's very difficult to learn.
Yeah.
it's
Like for
kind of-
example, like the th sound. It's very difficult
Oh, I know. Those
for
things are
Italian and for your Latin people to pronounce.
like ph. It's kind of arbitrary. These
Yes.
the little nuances of English
talking about-
are silly. Like
You're
For
phone,
example,
like thing and thing.
Like
that
thing.
TH.
why do you say phone with the e at the end if you don't pronounce the e at the end? It is mind-boggling
Yeah,
for
the
for an
English.
Italian.
I will grant 100%. English spelling is just atrocious.
Well, like for example, like phone, like I think you pronounce the e like.
well, without the e,
Phone,
without the e, it would be fun.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the,
Well, the E makes
That's
the
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 phone.
E makes the O change.
yeah.
Oh, like, for example, like or love.
But
Love.
then gone is on, so it's arbitrarily retarded.
Oh, I know. And I can understand like gh, like bought, bagut.
Yeah, what the? It's so bought, thought.
Oh, okay. The both thing is this is the you know the watershed for an Italian learning English to understand this fucking GHT.
I feel sorry for you, man. I feel sorry for you.
For example, thought, when you have to say something like thought or thorough, you know,
Yeah.
those are the most difficult words for us to understand.
Well, try Polish with the SZC. Try Polish with the L with the cross. That's a W. There's all kinds of weird stuff in the Slavic languages.
Like for example, like in Portuguese, there's the sound.
Oh,
With the
isn't
two-
R?
That's the nasal.
Yeah,
The-
yeah, exactly.
With the
Yeah,
A, is
that's
that A
difficult
with
for-
like a tilde or something, right?
Do
Like
you
no. No.
do you
No,
do,
no, yeah.
do you
Yeah.
Hook on the bottom.
Say again.
It has the hook on the bottom.
The
Below
No,
the A,
no.
there's
No,
the
there's a,
little
on
above
top.
the A.
There's a on
Above
top.
the
There's a like a
on
little
top.
tilde.
Okay.
like the tilt.
Okay.
the hook on the bottom is maybe under the C. You know,
Yeah,
like,
Yeah.
called a
That's
cedilla.
cedilla, exactly.
Yeah. Well, there's
Like,
one in Polish.
like right now, the computer that I'm using, it's an American keyboard, so I don't have the cedilla or the tilt or.
I have
So
it. I
I
have
can. Okay.
like this.
And I just
Right.
learned yesterday, incidentally, that R's are pronounced H in Portuguese. Huh. The letter R.
H.
Yeah, that's what the video I was watching something about Rio de Janeiro a couple days ago, and they said that
Rio
it says
de Janeiro, like the R. Like you say
Or maybe it's
road.
Is it double R makes an H sound?
Oh, you have the the sound.
Okay. I don't know. There was
Yeah.
some neighborhood in Rio that had
Uh-huh.
2 R's and they said huh.
Yeah, exactly. The
I didn't know
with
that.
2 R's.
Yes.
With 2 R's you read it but 1 R you read it as R. You
But
know.
Okay.
do you Portuguese native speakers understand the Brazilians?
Yeah, it's like British English and American English. It's
Or
sort of
Yeah.
like that? Okay.
yeah.
That's cool. Which one is more prestigious sounding? Which one sounds more posh?
I think it's the Portuguese
European.
Portuguese. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
the Brazilian Portuguese is more like a slang version.
it sounds. Yeah. Okay. It
Yeah.
sounds like it. Yeah.
So there are also many, as far as I know, in the British, excuse me, the Brazilian Portuguese has many words coming from African origin.
Yeah, some, yeah.
Because
true.
of because of the slavery
Yeah,
issue that went about even in Southern America. There are
yeah,
many
and from Africa, was
yes
from
from
Africa, and
Africa.
for
Yes.
example, and the Cape Verdean Creole has lots of African
Oh,
words.
right. That makes sense though,
They-
because that's where it came
yeah,
from, right? A mix of
yeah,
African languages and
Well,
Portuguese, right?
yeah,
Cabo Verde is also much closer to Africa
to Africa, yeah, exactly.
as geographically,
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why that is because Cape Verde was a deserted place when the Portuguese found it.
Oh, really?
And yeah, and there were no native people here. I mean, in Cape Verde, but
Oh, really? There was
like
no
in
natives.
yeah,
There were
there
no
were no
natives.
natives,
Ah.
just lizards, just
Oh,
lizards.
really?
Yeah,
Interesting. So everyone there has come over.
yeah,
So in fact,
exactly.
you should give the island back to the lizards.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there are the real owners, but some leftist people in Cape Verde say that the Portuguese, sort of like invaded Cape Verde, and they were unlegitimate colony and stuff like that. But no, Cape Verde was a colony, was an actual colony of the Portuguese.
Well, but
They populated the
that
the island.
that would impact negatively on the the leftist agenda.
Yeah.
You come from a fairly poorish country and you came over to America. How did you get into objectivism? You seem ripe to go to the left.
Well, in my case, when I discovered the internet, I would browse all over the place and look for obscure fringe kind of ideologies and stuff,
Oh, okay.
So that's
Did you
why I
start
found
off?
objectivism.
Did you start off socialist leaning? Like, was that your, or
Say
would
again,
you
please.
kind of? Did you start off a little bit socialist, or did you just kind of start off in the like neutral?
Well, I think I started off as an objectivist because when I was a little kid, I thought it was like kind of strange that people would go to the military against their will, or that
Okay.
people, or like taxation, for example. I always find those things weird. Like they would violate your
Yeah.
right as a person.
That's funny. It's funny that from a young age you felt that way. There's a libertarian out there who says that he reckons that we're born and that we're kind of just that way.
Yeah.
It's very
Like even with religion, I remember that I had a little pigeon when I
Yeah.
was 5, and then people started telling me that don't cry because the pigeon has gone to heaven,
Yeah.
and I said, who's this God? And
Yeah.
people said God created the earth, and I said, and then
Yeah.
who created God? Another
See?
God?
It's
Yeah,
amazing
so
that even you're being like basically indoctrinated and you're just immune to it.
There's
yeah,
an
yeah.
interesting there's an
I
interesting.
remember thinking the same kind of thing when I was like 6 or 7. Like I'm
exactly.
like, where is this
Exactly.
God? I don't understand what.
Yeah,
There's an interesting practice.
but those kids, but I had the indoctrination in a very light way because my parents weren't practicing Christian.
That's why it all goes back to how family. It goes back to all your family, you know.
Okay,
Yeah,
so it was
exactly.
light indoctrination. They were
Yeah.
telling you that, but they weren't forcing it.
There's an
Yeah.
interesting practice that goes on in India, and it's going on for centuries, where there's like this one city in India where people from all over India bring their children at like a certain age, at like 5 or something, and they take them there, and they take this live fish, and they shove it down the kid's throat and make them eat this live fish. And all the Hindu priests or whatever have everybody convinced that this is like, going to give the kid, immunity and, good luck and all this kind of crap. And it's like, when I first learned about that, I was sitting there, I'm like, all this is a way, you wait till the kids are like just old enough to where they can start to like question, all this stupid stuff that they're being told. And then you make them go through this big dramatic ritual that's like scary and dangerous. And it's just to get them to like subliminally submit to the idea that like, too bad, kid, you got to put up with nonsense.
Yeah, exactly.
No
Yeah.
sense. And I think
And
That's why
those people know that too. The people
Yeah,
that
ritual has a powerful effect like that, I think, and I think you make
the
a good
British,
point.
the British have been there for what, 200 or 300 years, and they've clearly shown a lot of Indian people that like there's no medicinal benefit to this. There's no science to this. They still do it to this day.
Yeah, no, really, it's just amazing.
Ignorance is
like I was saying,
is resilient.
Yes, that's like I was saying before. I was so pessimistic about the world, the religion declining.
Yeah.
I think we won't see any soon, anywhere. We will not see religion declining anytime soon.
It's funny.
Well, I think that it's pretty high right now because it's almost collapsing. I think when it collapses, I think people will change their minds because right now we see lots of violence because of religion.
Peikoff says that he reckons that it'll be a religious dictatorship when the world collapses. That was his in the dim, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. He's talking mostly about America because we've got a lot of Bible Belt, like Protestant,
Because he says that disintegration, I can't quite remember, but disintegration will basically can't last, but misintegration, like Christianity, can sort of continue.
There's a lot of people that say that the Americans, once they're pushed, we're going to like go back to being like pilgrims, like puritanical, And I don't know. On the ground, I don't know.
There are some who think
moving to Sweden.
That it. I don't think so, Peter, because Sweden has.
No, Norway. Norway's the good one.
Maybe Finland.
Norway doesn't have any debt, and they got a lot of oil.
Norway's got the oil, so.
But there are some people who think that it might be one of the grimmest possible futures for Europe.
Religious takeover or something like that.
Yes. In fact, maybe I was talking about this some hangout ago. There is this French writer which is called Michel Houellebecq, who a couple of years ago wrote a science fiction maybe about.
Oh yes, you did mention this.
About the near future. The title of the book is Submission, which is the literal translation of Islam.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Wow.
Submission.
Yeah.
And the story is of a gradual, but not so slow takeover of a Islamic government in France.
Right.
After some riots, but it gradually comes to normality, but under a religious Islamic government. And the basis of his idea is this. Let's see if I can express it clearly. The basis is that modern liberalism or modern capitalism had taken away lots of safety to individuals.
Safeguards. Yeah.
Safeguards, you know. So let's think about male, for example. You now, as a male, have to compete for access to women. It was not like that in the past, because women were, not
arranged marriage type thing.
Yes, in fact, women had no rights, had no rights, as no position in society, in the external society, external to the family. They had no position. So, in fact, as a man, you could choose your mate, and you had some kind of a position over your wife, and you hadn't to compete with other guys to get access to women. Not so much.
I think you had to be like, oh, show that you've got a job or something, and then their father would choose you, that kind of thing.
But it's not enough anymore. You see, it's not enough anymore to have a job.
Yes, you're right.
So the point of the book was this: many men began to see a more backwards society like Islamic society, with these contradictions in terms of human rights, as a way to revert, to roll back to their own position in society.
Oh, okay.
This is very prescient.
So, for example, there is this guy in the book, which is maybe I don't remember because I read it 2 years ago, but he was a university teacher, but he was not unsatisfied of his job, and then he comes back to the new Islamic university. He not only has more power, more money, but he could also have 3 women as for himself.
Wow.
So in the end, it was a win-win situation for this guy.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well,
and
you could say that,
to go from a completely secular society where he had to fight to even have one girlfriend and one shitty job, to a situation where he could have a better job, more recognition in society, and 3 or 4 women serving in his house. And
but it's like, for example, like a politician. It's something that you would oppress women, you would live in a more violent society, unfair society, So I don't think if that is desirable to anyone. I think that is desirable maybe to to sociopaths.
Well, I don't know. People might think that.
In my opinion, the reason why Islam is getting stronger every day in Europe and in America, and is because, say what you want about it, if you strip away the particulars, you guys probably know this already, religion, the reason why it's persisted, despite the fact that we have all this science and all this enlightenment and everything, is because it offers consistency, it offers coherence. And in the West, the fashion now is that, like, there's no answers to anything.
Yeah.
And everybody, like, pretends to believe that, but most people secretly are, like, really lost and insecure. And
That's a good point. That's a good point, because the only alternative in philosophy that they see is this nihilism.
Nihilism,
Right.
exactly. Nihilism is very in fashion today.
Islam offers unapologetically something to follow. They don't care that it's like, it doesn't matter that it's totally wrong and perverse and barbaric.
commercial. This was exactly the point of the book I was talking about.
Really?
Yes, because the protagonist, the main
why do you see all these young European women all falling all over themselves to welcome these migrants from Syria?
And then they get raped by them.
Despite what they say, they like consistency and belief and conviction, even if it's fucked up. Even if it's the wrong.
And then their governments say, "Don't go out late."
Yeah. Well, they deserve what they get if they're too stupid.
Exactly. Yeah,
so
exactly.
I think this kind of story. Yes, go ahead.
I think the book it sounds like pro-Muslim,
Well, I think it's a warning. It's like 1984.
It's a cautionary tale.
Yeah.
See, the key, what we need to do is we need to take all that passion that Muslims have and be just as passionate about, objectivism.
Like that quote that I read out.
The point of the book, I think, is that as a nihilist society, like France is becoming today, due to a wrong interpretation of the secular way of thinking.
Philosophy.
The complete relativism is self-destruction. Is self-destruction because, as the commercial justly said, it opens up gates for unapologetic consistency about religion.
And as humans need some guiding philosophy.
So it's not that book is not pro-Islam. It's a warning about the way European secular society is going to open up to this kind of thinking.
I'm sure you all know and have experienced it probably. Like, if you say anything positive about the West, you're a racist.
Yeah, exactly. And nowadays, like feminism and Islamism is they're all against the Western culture. They're fighting,
Yes. In fact, I wanted to tell you one recent thing that happened in Italy, and there was this guy, this African guy coming from Nigeria, I think, that he went into a street brawl, a street fight with one Italian guy. And this Italian guy was getting beat up by this African guy, but it so happened that because this Italian guy he allegedly said something, offensive to the African guy's wife.
Okay.
And so the Italian guy is on the ground getting beat up. This African guy went so far as to pick up, a road sign, a metal road sign. And but it happened that the Italian guy was, some kind of a fitness or maybe box type. So he with just one punch, he killed the African guy.
Oh wow!
When he was already on the ground, the white guy, the Italian guy, was getting beat up, but with just one punch, he killed the African guy.
Wow.
So what happened? What happened is that the liberal leftist newspapers in Italy, also the government, went on about for 2 weeks saying, ignoring the fact that the African guy, in fact, attacked the Italian guy.
You're saying that
it was self-defense.
You're saying the African guy had the white guy on the ground, the Italian guy, and was beating him up.
Yes, in fact, he was really badly beaten up. The fact is that this Italian guy with just punch killed the other guy. And then
the Italian guy got up.
And all Italy went on about, we are so racist. So Italy is now officially a racist country in the mind of these people.
Oh my
And if you-
god,
and-
that's clearly self-defense.
if you try to point out some simple facts that for each Italian who kills a stranger in Italy, there are maybe hundreds of Italians who are killed by strangers. You know, the proportion is 1 to 100. You cannot say that
Foreigners,
because
you mean?
there are for each foreigner killed, there are by an Italian maybe, which is one of a kind thing that happens. There are maybe hundreds of Italians killed by foreigners,
Right.
by immigrants. So, but if you say that,
Can't point it out.
you are considered a fascist, you know.
Really? Wow. Well, keep saying it because someone has to tell the truth.
I don't
Even
understand.
you have the spokesperson in the parliament, in the the Congress, who constantly each day says things like this, because she's a woman, she's a leftist feminist. She used to work for the United Nations bureaucracy. And she keeps on saying that all Italians, all whites are bastards, and she's white, and all men should be feminists because
Wow, unbelievable.
these are the people who governs us in Italy today.
If you notice, there like the Western culture is being attacked by two sides. You know, there's a side demoralizing them, and then there's like the the Muslim side wanting to take over. You know.
Right.
Yeah.
So if people don't react, they're in trouble.
And
Yep.
that's why I'm very pessimistic about
Yeah.
What about the bank? What about the banks in Italy?
Build a fucking bunker.
Well, that's another issue.
Monte Paschi?
Well, it is pretty much fucked up.
Yeah.
But if you, I can you one piece of advice. If you now buy some bonds from Monte dei Paschi,
Where is that?
Monte dei Paschi is one Italian bank.
Oh, okay.
It went bust maybe some more than 1 year ago, but the government came to rescue, to bail. Pretty much like what Obama did in America.
Yeah.
But on a smaller scale, of course, because we are a small country.
It's sad too. It's the oldest bank in the world. Like 14.
In fact, it's the oldest bank, the first bank in the world.
Wow, that's unbelievable.
Because the bank system started in Tuscany during the 14th century.
Nice.
Yeah,
the system of the letter of credit started at the same time in Italy in the 13th century and in Dutch the
European banking system is in trouble right now. You had the leader of one of the big people at Deutsche Bank say that the European Central Bank needs to print 150 billion euros to bail out the banks, like what Obama did over here.
Well, Deutsche Bank is a private bank which has the worst exposure situation as of now in Europe.
Yeah,
Right now, yeah.
Because they most of their assets is in what you call future bonds or
yeah. But I mean,
derivatives bonds,
right?
which are very
It's
unstable.
scary because they're talking about doing things that the last time they were done was after the crisis started, 2008, and now they want to do them before. I mean, apparently everything's fine, so why are we panicking? It's scary.
The
Well,
Deutsche
Sorry,
Bank,
no,
if we
I-
just print money, we'll all be rich.
Except that nothing is fine. You know, the monetary system is about to collapse.
All they did
Yeah,
was
I
kick
mean-
kick the problem down the line. That's all they've been doing. They have everything needs to be liquidated and restructured, and they're not going to let it happen because it's going to be painful.
Right. We're run by all these women like Massimo was talking about. Don't ever
Oh
want
right,
to deal with
yeah.
that.
They don't want to deal with the reality, face facts. Go
Yeah.
through the pain and start
rebuild,
from
then
and
rebuild.
build from a structurally sound economy. Like it's exactly this is what the Icelanders did, and it's a very instructive example. Is that when the Icelandic banks went bust, from what I understand, is the Icelanders voted not to bail them out. So people lost a lot of money, like real people. And it was quite a struggle for a little while. People really had to accommodate, but they have completely
Reverse.
come back. Completely come back. They are,
I must say that in that case, most of the losses were not by Icelanders, because the debt that these Iceland banks had was mainly in the hand of the British people. So
okay.
the British
Well-
people had to pay for a decision made by the Iceland people.
Well, okay, but they also did have like a fairly strong recession or whatever it's called, a very slow growth or whatever it's called. They did have to pay.
Of course,
some
they
pain.
have to go to some very troubled situation. But it's the same as if I take money from you, I promise to give it back, and then I don't give it back. So
Yes.
I got to trouble because you, Peter, say to other people, Massimo is a piece of shit. Don't give him any credit. And
Their credit line becomes shit.
This is the problem I would face now. But in my opinion, you face a bigger issue because you are getting stolen. Your money is getting stolen. You know.
Yes.
I stole your
It
money.
is. Well, yeah.
So, who has the better situation? The man who lost his money,
Yes,
which is Peter,
but-
or Massimo, who doesn't get any more money?
Yes, but people should realize that when they lend money or something to someone, they should realize that they're taking a risk on default. And the problem with the system is there's this guarantee or whatever that the government's going to bail you out. People should suffer the bad consequences if they lend to someone that shouldn't have been lent to, and so on and so forth.
Yes, people in the developed world have come to think that a bank is a safety deposit box when it's actually an investment. There's risk.
They should realize, they should only, and if it was private banks, you would look at what the bank does with your money and you would determine if it was a safe place to put your money or not.
Yeah.
But in our current system, people think, oh, it's a bank, it's safe, fine, put it in there.
Yeah, because the government guarantees it when they really don't have the money to guarantee it.
Yeah.
I love
the only way to store.
You guys were just talking about it, and there's a phrase: if I owe the bank 100 euros or dollars, I have a problem. But if I owe the bank $1 billion euros or dollars, the bank has a problem.
It's their problem.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but I think one of from my pretty naive point of view is that one thing that it is necessary to do a distinction from a legal point of view between when you put money in the bank just to save it, okay, because you have something to save for the rainy days, and on the other hand, when you use your money or a bank for actually investing to make your capital grow. I know of much of Italian people want to have their savings simply protected, not to earn from savings,
Yeah, just instead of putting the money under the bed, they put it in the bank, right?
But there's a problem with inflation. If you don't put it into a bank, you lose money every year. So it's
when you lose money for inflation, it is a calculated risk. You know that, which is not the same as having your money completely burn away because your bank made a stupid choice. One thing that must be it would be wise to do is to completely discriminate two kind of things, two kind of banks. There is bank type A, bank type B. You know that if you put money in bank type A,
it's just a deposit box.
It's just a deposit box,
Yeah.
And if you put it in bank B, then you know that you have more chances to make it grow, but you also have proportionally
risks. People should realize this, but I don't think many people actually do realize that. They don't realize that their money goes in and then the bank uses that in the fractional reserve banking to lend to other people to make a return. I don't think many people have a real understanding of that.
Say you have $100,000 or euros in the bank. There was some years ago in Italy one comedian who said, I have $150,000 in my bank. Okay, I wanted to see them. I went to the bank and I said to the clerk, please, I don't want to withdraw or take away money. I want to see them, put them on the counter and let me see.
No, they won't do that.
It's not even there.
They're not even there. They have no enough money to.
That's why.
For one single man withdrawal.
Yes, and that's the whole idea of a bank run. If everyone tries to withdraw their money from the bank, they simply don't have it.
In America, back in the 1930s. They made a law like Massimo was just describing where the bank had to be either a savings account, a commercial bank just for small people, or an investment bank. And you couldn't be both if you wanted to be a bank. You had to be one or the other. And then for like most of the 20th century in the U.S., that's the law. And then in 1999, they repealed it. And now you could merge, so they were taking people's deposits, grandma's savings, and investing it in the stock market and whatever. Now I don't believe that there should be a law. I think,
it should just be transparent.
Right.
Yeah. People know about it.
You shouldn't be able to lie about what you're doing. You shouldn't say I'm bank A and then B bank B. But it is a bad idea to mix the two. And if you don't have a lot of money, you should not put your money in the bank.
What I was talking about commercial is making a law that makes it mandatory for banks to say to put a letter A or B capital size on their doors. We are bank type.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, I think it should
when you cross
be allowed.
When you cross the door, you are in that.
Oh, I agree. But
go ahead.
I think it should be allowed that you could be both, but you have to be honest about it.
Yeah.
If you're both,
then if you want to do that, then you're risking your money, and if you lose it, then you can't complain.
Right.
But if you want a place to put your money where it's not getting basically gambled with, then you should have a place to do that too.
Yeah.
But I'll make you one example which is familiar to me because it regards myself and people I know. We are now in Italy in a situation that when maybe 20 years from now I will have a retirement age, I probably won't have the minimum pension. because the system is not
Yep.
solid. So
You're fucked.
we are pretty much fucked. Mind you,
What are you gonna do?
I'm still paying for that scheme.
Exactly. You're paying into it, but you're never going to get anything out.
Okay, I know that it makes me sometimes angry, but I have
Yeah.
to. I cannot. I am not an American. I have no assault rifles to go around
Well,
and
Yeah.
express my frustration. And
Maybe
have
you'll
the
get
same
something
problem
out.
here. Our money's taken for the same scheme here.
but at least you could go to shoot somebody. But I'm just joking. I'm not condoning violence in any.
You're not inciting violence.
No.
I guess
Maybe I don't know, because maybe the Federal Bureau of Investigation is listening to us too. I'm officially.
I think
yeah.
I think if the establishment ever knows that we're a threat, then we're starting to win.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that in my position, it would be enough to have a situation in which I can put away maybe 100 to 200 euros each month in a safe box, and to have them protected simply by protected from theft, so that when I reach my retirement age, I can get back to that money and to take care for myself,
Here's a yeah. Continue.
If only I could do that, it would be, it would be not the perfect solution, but it would be enough for me to at least survive, to buy food,
There's a couple of things you can do. You can buy gold and you can buy land, which kind of will retain its value rather than inflate away, usually over time.
Gold would
the point is that land, if you buy land in Italy,
you don't really own it, do you?
The taxes are...
Yeah. So then there's silver and gold. Maybe there's other things you could buy that don't inflate away. But then, of course, you have to sell them when you want to spend them.
Have you heard of Gold Money? The new venture that Peter Schiff and another company is taking. Yeah. So it's like
he just merged.
It's like a bank. But like when you make the deposit of your money, you're actually buying gold. Right,
that's clever.
And they give you, and they give you,
one piece of paper. They give you one
it.
piece of paper that says you own that gold.
Yes, but they can't be doing fraud, because if they weren't actually buying that gold, it would be fraud.
And they have like 7 vaults. There's one in Zurich, I think.
That's really cool. That's very cool.
Toronto and Singapore.
For a small fee, they can hold your gold for them. Yeah. Well, I was just going to say, for a massive segue.
I might look into this thing, but Peter, if I buy gold simply, off the street, in the marketplace, the problem remains that where do I put it?
You're going to have a box in.
I cannot keep it in my house because of burglary,
It would be risky. You know what you do? You go to the beach or something, or to the mountains and bury it.
Get a GPS and just
like the Pinocchio story.
Yeah.
Yes.
Where they told Pinocchio, the fox and the cat told Pinocchio to bury the golden coins, so they would grow into trees.
There you go. But here's a segue. There's also Bitcoin. What do you think of that?
I tried to understand that thing, but it looks like some kind of Ponzi scheme to me.
Really? What about you, Finguy? Have you looked into the technology? Because I know you know a bit more about the technology side.
The blockchain. The blockchain,
technology.
Yeah. Of Bitcoin. Yeah.
So
I think of it as like Wikipedia. I had a hard time understanding it, but then I thought Wikipedia. Like it's pretty accurate. So it
Yeah.
feels.
Well,
I think that it's
blockchain,
not a Ponzi scheme, but
yeah, it's not a Ponzi scheme. Like
it really
I
works.
think I think yeah, it works. Like the value, it has value because you can make easy transactions with it,
Yes,
and it
yes.
cannot be
Well,
falsified.
exactly. Its value is its value of money, but and it is actually scarce. They can only make a certain amount of Bitcoin in each block. So it's not like some guy in a room decides how much Bitcoin is available, which is the whole beauty of the blockchain. So that
Yeah.
might take off.
Yeah, but the thing is that it's too volatile right now. The
Yes.
price goes down and up way
That's right.
too broadly. Yeah.
That's right.
And
At the moment, it doesn't
and
have the what's it
this,
called, the
like
market cap or the size to be.
like a stable, currency, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it's
only like-
But hey, maybe you should buy some Bitcoin because it'll go up like 1,000,000 times.
Oh man, let me tell you, like I was an early adopter of the Bitcoin.
Yeah, were you? I heard about it.
Yeah, I had like
guys,
like
you are a fucking rich man now.
no, not at all, because that wallet was on the old hard drive.
Oh,
And
you're
I-
fucking
and,
kidding me.
Yeah.
Oh,
that hard drive got lost or something. That computer got lost, so I lost everything
I'll be
because
back in a
at that
second.
time, 1 Bitcoin was like less than a cent or something. So this was like in I think in 2006 or 8 or something like that. So that sucked.
It's
Yeah.
horrible. Find that hard drive.
Well, I don't know. I think I sold that computer a long time ago. Yeah.
So you could be,
And-
you could, as of now, you could have been some kind of fucking Arab,
I mean,
super billionaire.
even if you
well-
bought
One what?
one Bitcoin, you'd have like $700.
Yeah. Wow. Unbelievable, yo. And I think I have 100 Bitcoins or something like that.
Oh my God.
I wouldn't pay much attention. I wasn't paying much attention to it. I saw the in a blog. I saw the Bitcoin mention. I downloaded it. I started mining for a bit, and I said this must be like a gimmick or something. So I never,
You
Yeah.
underestimated.
There's a lot of people. There's a lot.
Yeah, I
of,
did.
There's a lot of competition. There's a lot of competition to it, but I don't think it's. I think Bitcoin is going to be the one that wins if these currencies win. Like
I think so.
Ethereum, and like Dogecoin.
Yeah.
I don't think those will work.
Yeah, like Ethereum, for example, it seems way too complicated and convoluted to work. I don't think.
Yeah, and it seems like Bitcoin has just got the name recognition by now. It's popular.
Yeah. There's
Yes,
like
you can-
Litecoin.
You can buy. I read somewhere you can buy hot dogs with Bitcoin some places.
Yeah. Like there are actually ATMs for Bitcoins in some places where you can, exchange them for money.
I saw a guy with the
some big.
the kiosk outside some venue, like maybe a baseball competition, and this was this guy with with the wheel, that goes around selling hot dogs, and you could buy hot dogs with the Bitcoin.
Bitcoins. Wow, that's cool. So he had a tablet for that or something?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like right now I'm thinking of buying, the gold money thing, because I think it'll be pretty safe. It's safer than put it in the bank right now, especially with the incoming collapse of the system.
Entire
So,
world.
Yeah.
Well, I was skeptical of that company, but Peter Schiff has a lot of credit.
Yeah, exactly. I trust Peter Schiff because he's been right all along.
Yeah, I mean his father died in prison protesting taxes.
Yeah, unbelievable.
That's
Like
a
poor
badge.
guy.
That's a kind of a badge of honor
Yeah, it
in my
is. Yeah,
Real
yeah,
America.
yeah,
very
exactly.
very American.
And the thing is that he was convinced that he would win his case because it was written on the law book that he had that right, that the income taxes he wasn't supposed to pay the income taxes in his case or
Right.
whatever, but the court just ignored him, just
Yeah, the
ignored that,
government.
and there was not.
Yeah, the government
The thing
has.
is that the government and the courts are in bed together. So
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't make sense. Like if one day I go to a court, you know what I'll do? I'll ask the judge who's paying you. If it is the government, then there's like conflict of interests. So
I
so
wouldn't advise you to do
Yeah.
like that.
well, really.
Thrown in jail immediately.
You, you
Well,
ever,
but is it the truth? Yeah.
have you ever seen those video clips about
Or
some
the
guy?
free the free men like
No, I,
like
I think I was thinking about that there are some videos floating around about people maybe who get to court for minor issues, maybe driving under influence or thinking things like that, and then they behave like smart ass people.
that's, yeah.
Like provoking the judge, and out of the blue you go from 1 month to 6 months in jail. So
Wow, unbelievable. Yeah.
because some judges have that kind of power, so
Yeah.
it is always best strategy to keep a low profile when you I'm because I'm not an idealist. I know for a fact that if I have to confront to meet some kind of people like judges, policemen,
That you'd have to be careful.
yes, the policeman has the stick, has the gun, the judge has the power. So
Yeah.
it's better. I'm not a hero type of guy, So
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, maybe if I had some sort of backup or something, I would say that if I had
well, but
like an important friend or
or if you
something like that, I would do that. Yeah, you're
or
right.
if you were super finger, if you were advocate for human
Yeah.
rights,
Yeah.
so you would have also kind of a backup. You are maybe you have access to media.
Yeah.
Then,
Stuff like that. Yeah.
but then it would go down the political path, your thing.
Yeah.
I'm talking from the perspective of a regular Joe. I
Yeah.
am the
Yeah.
man in the street. I have no political affiliations. So
Just like me.
So just like you. So if you are your kind of man or my kind of man, we two get to be confrontational with the powers that be. We always lose,
Mm.
So it's better to there are moments in life when you can put a step forward and speak out, but not in that situations. It's not wise. It's not advisable.
Yeah.
And
I see your point.
some younger people cannot see that because they think they are unbreakable.
Yeah, sometimes protected, some that they are protected in some sort of way. Yeah, but they are not.
And in fact, it would be advisable always to be, cooperative when.
Okay, yeah.
It might be bothersome, because you waste time. You think your manhood maybe is diminished.
Yeah, you lose your integrity.
Yes,
But in my case,
it looks like sometimes people think that if they abide to law enforcement orders, their dick would be shorter than 1 inch or 2. But it's not the case, you know.
Yeah.
But the thing is that, like in my case, I sort of participate in civil disobedience. You know, for example, I'm not afraid to say that I download torrents and stuff like that. You know, and I believe in things that I think are just. You know, but yeah, and
You must be also prepared to face retribution,
yeah, exactly, yeah.
even if they are unjust.
Yeah, I agree, but I have my own plans for at least to get out of this system, you know.
What are your plans?
Well, like to be independent, you know, to don't have to, yeah. Like for example, like right now, I'm sort of like researching and designing, you know, hydroponic system, an energy system, a transportation system, stuff like that. That's one of my spare time projects. Yeah. So and because I know for sure that the train will crash, and I think it will be in 10 years or less. So.
What are you talking about? What is going to crash?
The you know, the monetary system.
Do you think
our way of living.
you think it'll be so bad that it'll be hard to buy food?
Yes, I think so. Like for example, when the dollar crashes, I think there'll be hunger. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I hope it's not that bad.
But I also hope so. And also there's like the you know, the new ice age coming that I think will happen in the next 40 years or sooner, because listen, like for example, like our magnetic fields, the magnetic field of the earth has diminished 13% in the last 20 years alone, and the
Really?
sun also, and the sun
Yeah.
also.
You know, like you must have a hard time convincing people that there's going to be an ice age. Can you imagine how smug you're going to be if you're right? How smug you're going to feel when you're sitting there with your electric generators and you've got everything set up. Everyone else is like, please, we didn't believe you.
Yeah.
Well, but I hope for Super Thing we'll have some to protect his hideout in that occasion.
Yeah, you're gonna have to put it under the ground or something.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. I would be far away.
Cooper Petey.
Cooper Petey, yeah. They live underground. There's a place in South Australia where they live underground mostly because it's cooler.
Oh, okay. Oh,
is
nice.
that what you're talking about, Cooper?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like I would probably go to a deserted island or something in the middle of the Pacific, or
Well,
one thing, but it will have to be a volcanic island, because volcanic ash is a great
fertilizer.
It's a great fertilizer, exactly. Yes.
But you see, the point is that it's not. We are, political. We are societal animals. We
if it gets that bad, I'm not sure what the fuck if it's worth it anymore.
Exactly. But of course I wouldn't go alone. Like
How long do you think it'll take to recover, or do you think it'll just be fucked forever?
I think it will take like some time. Maybe like a century or something like that. I don't think we'll recover.
Jeez.
Yeah.
A couple
But
generations.
that is a very wild guess. So
but do you think technology will continue, because you're holding out for life extension? So.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think that that maybe in some pockets, maybe
it'll be like.
Yeah.
Okay.
People, yeah, like for example, if I was to run away to the desert island, I would fill a hard drive full of information, so just in case.
Like with physics textbooks and.
Yeah, all that stuff, like in a 2 terabytes hard drive or something.
Yeah.
The point is that it is not enough to be be right. It is of capital importance to convince
your peers.
The more people you can that you are right, because if you are the only people in the world who holds the correct idea, it's worthless.
Superfin, are there particular videos on YouTube that have convinced you of this, or any writings that have convinced you of this?
Oh yeah, there's like I think it's a Finnish guy or something. He has some pretty good videos on that. If you want, I'll send you the link later on, because I have the links on another computer, but I'll send you to all of you, so you can analyze the data for yourselves.
Thanks.
You know? Yeah. So, but it's pretty convincing. It's not theory. It's based on real data, on ice records.
What's your sorry, continue.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, what's your scientific training? Are you self-taught? Did you go to university or?
Well, I've studied electronics and computer science. That's my education.
All right, there you go. I thought you had some background
in physics or.
Yeah, oh well, you seem to know some stuff about physics too. So I thought, I mean, electronics you have to learn a little bit about that stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like you could say that electronics is applied physics. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well, so, but I'm also self-taught in lots of stuff.
Problem is that in the worst case scenario, it is a long way to go back to situation where electronics skills are somehow useful.
Yeah.
Because you have to go back to sanitizing water for drinking purposes with the bottom line tools.
Technology, yeah.
Yeah, but very basic technology. You have to learn. You have to learn to you provide for your own food.
Yeah.
Who in the modern world is capable of doing such that were considered basic things maybe 100 years ago? Anybody could do that. But
could do those things. But for example, for water, you could desalinate it. There are very low-tech ways of doing that. Just putting a bottle in the sun and covering it with another piece of plastic or something would do the job.
That would do the job for the bacterials.
Exactly. Yeah.
But not for other pollutants.
Superfin, do you know about the Free State Project in New Hampshire?
I mean, you could use salt water from the sea, so that wouldn't be a problem. So as you were saying, Kumar-san?
Do you know about the Free State Project in New Hampshire?
Yeah, exactly. Actually, I went to one of the meetings, but really? I thought it was wasn't really worth it, So.
Yeah, it's a good concept, but I've never really seen any progress.
Yeah, exactly.
But unfortunately, it seems like the best hope. If you're talking about surviving the apocalypse, that's what I think. I think the most important thing is other like-minded people.
Yeah, exactly. Like to build a community with like-minded people. There's.
Go ahead.
Okay, let me just add this. There's also another project called the Seasteading Institute, where they're trying to build Seasteading Institute, where they're trying to build like floating cities on the oceans, where they can implement libertarian principles.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, because it's international waters, so they can do whatever the hell they want.
Yeah, exactly.
What is it fascinates me about Americans is this, that you go to extremes. You have people who are prepared to go survival,
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And in America,
and on the other hand, you have people who would not last a few hours without
without
hamburgers or luxury items like air conditioning.
Yeah,
So
you should go
you have
to.
a whole range of extremities.
Yeah, exactly. You have in America we have here all kinds of people. You'll find the people that you're looking for. But like for example, if you go to Walmart, you'll see all kinds of creeps and weirdos. You know.
Or
I really
you-
want to go to Walmart at least once in my life, just to
Yeah,
experience.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No, you don't.
you don't want to do that.
Okay, I'll take your word.
Well, see, for example, I could. It would be very fun to go to take a trip to America, and then at the customs, when they ask you why you came, where are you coming to America, and I could say I came to see people at Walmart.
Yeah.
If they
Like-
really
like-
are real people.
Yeah, it should be a touristic attraction, I think.
You
You know.
could be
Come see the freaks.
Could be some
Yeah.
kind of it could be some kind of business too. We could organize coaches to
Yeah.
to get the
And-
tour to see the American people freaks. You know.
Yeah, and nowadays people are doing it on purpose. So when they go to
300.
Walmart, they sort of like they are going. When they go to Walmart, it's sort of like they are cosplaying. You know, they dress up and and go to
Really?
Walmart. Yeah. So lots of people are doing that just for the attention.
Yeah.
This is one thing that fascinates me because as an Italian, Italian culture is very different because there is a Latin word which is aurea mediocritas, which means to be mediocre is golden.
Oh,
Oh.
really? Wow, wow.
I
Then
don't like
the-
that, but
Yeah,
that's
that's,
very European.
It's very
That sounds
it's very
that
it's very
sounds
different
Latin.
from American way of thinking.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, you're talking about the golden mean, right? Pretty much.
Well, something like that, but it's not like mean because mediocritas is more than
Well, I
mean.
just mean Aristotle's idea of like balance.
Well, the word mediocritas has a sound, has a ring in it, which is self-deprecating.
Mhm.
Yes,
Yeah.
definitely.
To be mediocre is not to be average. Is to be average and also to be content to be it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we
So-
definitely don't like that here.
So
Every,
there-
No, no.
there-
every person is a king in America.
So this may be some kind of weakness and liability in for the Italian mindset,
Yes.
But
And
the-
also for you,
but
for
it could also be some kind of strong point. It depends because
Yeah,
the thing is that you might ask yourself where does it come from? I think it comes from two factors. That Italy for centuries and millennia has been conquered by many foreign people. So
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
the natives never almost never tried to a revolution against them.
Mhm.
So
Okay.
the Italian people, and also there is the church, which is a very stabilizing factor in the history of Italian people. So in the Italian mindset, you always know that you pass through a storm, but you await for the storm to abate.
Yeah.
But
the thing that during the storm, you lose a lot.
okay, but in the meantime, what happened? That Italian people adapted to not to ask for so much from life, So, okay, you don't lose much because you hadn't so much in the first place,
well, you reminded me of something I thought about before about there's a lot of people from East Asia and India that come to America in order to study in the sciences and especially in the medical field, and they excel. I mean, they're to the point where like almost half of the people that you go to see at the doctor are not regular European heritage people. And you know, that's, I mean, on the one hand you want to say that's great because that's what America's about, you know, come and make a better life for yourself. But I've thought about it, and America is a lot like Europe now in that there's a lot of regulation and there's a lot of taxes and there's a lot of regimented thought when it comes to how medicine and in the healthcare field in particular is managed. And so I think a lot of the reason why the people from Japan and India succeed over here is not because like they're working harder, it's just because they're more willing to just kind of go along with the party line, the status quo thinking about stuff. And there's a lot of stuff about medical advice that isn't right, but it's entrenched in the thinking because there's the government interference. And so I think a lot of traditional Americans, you would say white people, for, you know, just to be quick about it, just kind of get turned off and don't want to bother.
It is a food for thought for me because, as I told you, I'm fascinated by your American mindset because it's very different from mine, and I try to understand as far as I can. But I see the point you are putting through. Yes.
We were talking about this earlier. I think it was before you joined, about how there's an essay by Ayn Rand where she describes, and this is, you know, 80 years ago, back when America was industrial and manufacturing a lot, and you know, in a typical American factory, if like a machine broke, it didn't matter like whose job it was to fix it. Like somebody would just fix it to keep the factory going. Whereas like in England, that was her example, everybody just stop and wait for the appropriate guy to come.
Yes, yes.
Who's supposed to fix that machine. And
so
that's
there
what I'm trying to say.
there is a figure of speech or a way of expressing things in English is getting things done.
Yes, and the medical establishment here now is more like that English factory, where people can't just like innovate in order to get it done, and so people.
Let me tell you one thing, because I think it is of some momentum to the issue, is that it's happening also in the medical profession here in Italy, and the family doctors, they don't do diagnose anymore. They more and more refer you to a specialist, and one of the reasons is that they fear they are afraid of legal to be sued, you know.
Legal action.
So there is one behavior which is creeping about in Italian society, and this I am sad to say stems from the American way of thinking in the recent year, that you sue everybody for anything, you know.
Oh yes, I know. I mean, I hate to say it, but America in many ways is no better than any other Western country nowadays.
This is one
It's
American,
not the best or the
one
worst.
American. Yes, this is
America.
one American thing that we are importing, which is very bad. The litigation. You always try to put blame on the other. You go to the lawyer for anything, and so it reaches enough momentum, this situation, that it takes away individual responsibility. People don't want to take responsibility anymore because they are afraid of the immediate consequences.
Oh, absolutely, especially in medicine. There's in football, American football, which is violent. It's a hard contact sport like rugby. There's all these lawsuits because men have concussions and injuries from playing football, And it's like,
This
well,
is
what did you think was going to happen? That's
this
your
is
job.
crazy. This
to
is
run into
crazy.
people.
This is crazy.
I know. It is
That-
crazy.
For example, I heard of one American woman who sued, I don't know, maybe McDonald's because she burned her lips with hot coffee. They
Right.
they should have put a label on the cup saying, "Warning, coffee is hot." You know.
Hang on, there was one story. There was one story where a woman sued for burning her leg, but most people hear that and they think, "Oh, it's terrible." But what happened was, is the coffee in this particular instance was so hot that it gave her like third-degree burns, and it was way too hot. So
Okay, but
we have to make sure we know
Yeah, I've
exactly
heard
what the
that.
circumstances are.
cannot-
That's not an example, but
it cannot be more than boiling a pint of water.
no. But yeah, you're right. In general, we become litigious. Is the word?
Peter, let me tell
Yes,
you this.
I will agree that,
let me
general,
tell you this one thing. Maybe the coffee was a little bit hotter than it was, but common knowledge is that to brew coffee, you have to boil water. Yes.
Yeah.
So you teach to the kids to be aware of boiling water, of hot water. So
Yeah.
it sounds me preposterous to say, oh, I didn't know the yeah, okay, it's possible that hot water or hot coffee can burn you badly. So it looks me as a preposterous way of thinking to go about saying, oh, okay, I don't know if I'm expressing myself in
No,
a
I
clear
think
way,
I understand. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, you're right. But back to what you were talking about, like the aura mediocrity.
Mediocritas. Golden mediocrity.
Mediocratas.
Yeah, I don't think that's in its core. Like, if you want to say the idea that, like, oh, you're born into a certain position in life and that's just too bad, right? Like, this is the Middle Ages, right? I don't agree with that. I think that's bad. But there is something to be said for being, like, realistic about, not everybody is going to be the captain of the football team.
Not everyone's going to be Elon Musk.
Right. And so, there is something to be said for that, because then you can focus on what you're actually capable of doing and succeed. Whereas in America, we're all told we're going to be captain of the football team. So then there's a lot of delusional people running around, and then they all get disappointed, and then they all just act like little kids.
This
and
is
that's
very
bad too.
this is very interesting, because again it is one thing that is coming even to Italy. For example, and I think and this is a major issue in my opinion. It goes back to education, because well, when I was a kid, when I was in elementary school, not all kids could have good grades, which is normal, and sometimes the teacher said to one of the kids, "You see, this kid is good. You should learn from the way he behaves, the way he does things, because his homework is always good. He does a good job, and other kids should learn from him." So what I'm saying is that there was just one or two kids in each class who had honors, who had the medals, so to speak. Nowadays, the teachers are said that anybody can have the medal.
Yeah. Everybody wins.
There are medals. There are medals for everybody. And
Yeah.
And I can
it
tell you where
goes
this
in school and also in sports competition. In sports competition, when kids are involved, you have to buy at least as many medals and cups as are the participants.
It's stupid. They do that here too, and I can tell you where it's come from, and what I think it is it's people have like misunderstood what America's supposed to be about. It's supposed to be you can be whatever you want, right? You can be the best you can be, but everybody thinks that being the best they can be is being the best of everybody.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
you're encouraged not to be the best you can be. You're
Oh,
encouraged to be.
this is some deep stuff.
Yeah, and it's just because our school system is so superficial and shallow, they don't know how to make these things clear to the kids. So they encourage them to try to be better than their classmates rather
So
than just,
you say that best is referred to individual, the
well,
best of, not
it
the
was
best in the world.
right. Well, it was supposed to be. That was the intention because that's what America's supposed to be about. Like, it doesn't matter who your father is. Like, if you want to be, a computer programmer, even though he was a baker, if you can do it, go for it. There's not going to be any law preventing you. That's what it's supposed to be about. But now it's just all these people that just want attention.
Yeah,
So the point is
they
that
want to be better
you
than.
have you must have the chance to do the best you can, but
Yeah.
does not entitle it does not entitle you to be better than anybody else.
Exactly. That we have in the Declaration of Independence, we have the pursuit of happiness is a
Yes,
right.
yes, I know that because I wanted to tattoo myself with that awesome sentence.
Mentality, right?
Pursuit of happiness, one of the major conquest of humanity.
Yes.
The idea of
But
pursue happiness.
now it's devolved to where a lot of Americans think that they're entitled to happiness, not the opportunity to have happiness, but to happiness itself.
So it's completely fucked up in that.
Yes, yes. Everybody's crazy, pretty much.
Things are declining, you know.
Definitely.
Okay, guys, I must say that it's come to a time I must leave you, and I hope
Me too.
to hear from you soon. I hope that the devious schemes Mr. Cropper is thinking about to come to fruition. So,
Yeah, yeah.
but we see each other, we'll hear of each other pretty soon. So, have a nice Sunday, and see you soon, guys.
Thank you. Good talking to you.
Yeah. Same here. I'll probably just sleep through the whole Sunday, but yeah. All
All right.
Bye.
right.
Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
Hello. No idea if this is working or not, of course. It looks like I'm the only one here. I think I've missed everything.